All right, welcome back, guys. Just gonna do some live streaming, casual day. Some people probably join us from the Discord server. If you're not on the Discord server, there's a link in the description. You could probably also find links in some of the Facebook groups. Having to watch the YouTube videos that have been posted, I haven't been keeping track probably in the last year. So I'm sure I'll find some new content, and we'll throw some comments and review them, and maybe we'll find some good theories. And if we do, maybe we could reach out to the people that made such videos and interview them and see where their heads at on this. Again, we're gonna do some concrete book learning, book dissecting type of videos tomorrow morning. If not in the morning, then we'll do it in the evening, and we will stream it and post the video on YouTube in the Baby Seal Club. And there'll be notifications probably all over the place on the Facebook pages and in here. Again, if you want to join the conversation, feel free to join the Discord. I can't keep track of all the messages in the Facebooks and the comments in YouTube necessarily, so this is the best way to reach us. All right, and no further ado, we're just gonna dive into some videos, and yeah, we'll take it from there. Not necessarily looking for anything specific to a city or whatever. I'm just looking for nice videos that I haven't seen before, and yeah, we'll just try to see where their heads is at. Let's start with this one.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot.
Good music so far. Sounds like Hotel California. It's like a western. As a one by one, they want to match lines to collect parts of the image and leak into an X. That is a mistake. The environment says to wed one image to one first, it needs to make one whole. We have to understand the tale simply told first and use the image to complete the story, or vice versa. After we understand the story, the image doesn't seem as random. It's probably true. It took 18 months to figure out this method, and another year to figure out the rest of it. This video is just about how we should translate the verses. St. Augustine's story, Lewis and Clark expedition. The first chapter written in order, stories. Start of expedition, writing in German. Mere men with rainbow story, Lewis and Clark is verse behind. Bending branches story. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Oh. See, it's like they start off so good, and then they make one theme to all of it. Like, why would you do that? That is so counterproductive. My God. Oh, okay, so he's changing it. Story Hamilton and Bird. Charleston is the Hamilton and Birdle. This is gonna take a while. Hold on a second. This is insane. Let me fix this. think now is a better view of what I'm watching. Jesus, how long does this take to update? Oh yeah, the transition, I forgot. Okay, back to the video. This is gonna be a little painful, I think. Feel the cool, clear song of water. Alexander slowly dying, going. Edwin and Edwina named after him. Story the neighbor leads. Later, what? First we look. Why is everything about like 3 people, 4 people? This is so tough. This is so hard to follow. Moon landing. Wait a minute, what? Getting to the moon in 2,982 days. What? This is hard. I don't even know what to do with this right now. I can't do this. I gotta fast forward. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Image the complete story. Oh, I can't. That's quite enough. I'm gonna leave him a comment. This is very hard to follow. Very subjective. And isn't and doesn't seem to have much to do with the actual puzzle. For example, why are 4 historical figures the theme of 4 puzzles, even though there are no direct references to them anywhere? We have 3 solved puzzles, and none of them look like what you are proposing. This is creative on your part, but very unreasonable as far as a solve, or as far as a potential solve, I should say. Potential solve. It's a really bad video. Fine. I don't know what to say about that one. That's a pretty rough video. And the reason why this is a rough video to watch is because a lot of people do this, not like trying to pick on any one person. It's a common theme. It's probably, it's just human behavior that we fixate on one thing. We think that thing is true, so we base every other thing off of that one thing, but it might not be true. So if it's not true, then everything else that you built off of that one idea, if that's your foundational idea, in this case, this guy, I don't even know what the main idea necessarily is of his, and that's one of the problems in this video, is that there's no thesis. He's not like explaining why he's doing what he's doing. He's just subscribing random historical figures to the puzzle, but there's nothing there. He has shown no evidence, not an image match, not a verse interpretation, nothing that shows that it's those people, right? So if like we were using the Boston verse and you saw that Paul Revere reference and you said it was Paul Revere, it would make sense because of the obvious references. But here he's not even trying to attempt to do that. So I don't know what to say about that. All right, that was a little rough. But I made a comment and I try to make it as nice as possible. I'm not trying to really piss people off because I think people are very difficult, and it's very difficult to deal with other people's perspectives because we don't know where they're coming from, right? We don't know their educational background. We don't know if they know enough about the secret to even be speaking about the secret. Like, did you read the whole book? Did you check out like what we found out, why we found out what we found out, why we believe what we believe so far? Because look, there's been a lot of work done. If you want to go into this blindly and not use any references on any of the forums, that's fine, but I'm sure you're doing a disservice to yourself. And yes, it's very difficult to skim through all the information that's been posted on the Facebook groups and Quest for Treasures and all the other places. But at the same time, you're getting so much. You have to be able to be rational in your thinking enough to like realize where somebody's throwing out a bad idea. And that only happens after you've gained knowledge. That only happens after you've been around the block, you've had a lot of bad theories. And honestly, like, start off with the strongest point. If you have 3 solves, study those 3 solves until you're exhausted. Know them like the back of your hand, which is a bad phrase, but know them very well. Know the in and outs. Know why they went to this place, what led them there, what are the clues, when I say what are the clues, what are the true clues? Because like people would get confused and still thinking that Chicago's Man and Beast when it's Mozart and Beethoven, for example, right? Boston, as much as it's been solved, people are still debating where the cask was, what this line meant, and so on and so you have to like that's still very subjective in certain points that like you have to really be able to discern what's more likely. That's the best that we're gonna be able to do. There's nobody's gonna tell us that this is true. Buying price is dead. So as far as the verse being explained to us by the person that made it, it's never going to happen. So forget about that point. If you think JJP is going to come out of his shell and start talking and telling you things about the image, you're dead wrong, and you're waiting for nothing to happen because it's never gonna happen, for whatever his reasons are. So the only thing we could do is to find the most likely, and you got to keep that in mind. Hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna post this link in some of the groups in case anybody would like to join. They have that ability. I don't know which group I just posted in. Okay, I posted that one. All right. We do have a new member to the group, which is Jason, and he is working on the St. Augustine treasure, and he is in St. Augustine, so hopefully this will be a good resource for us. The group that we're developing, we're trying to make it a tight knit group. We don't want it to exceed a certain amount of people because things get really difficult, and personality clashes. Not to mention that you're gonna have a bunch of people spamming messages and trying to get their theories out, which makes no sense in a small Discord group. You know what I mean? Like we're not gonna get you YouTube likes. We're not gonna get you permission to dig or anything of the sort. So like that's not necessary. So it's just gonna be small groups, and I'm sure some people will appreciate it and some won't. And the ones that won't will leave the group, and that's great. And then we can just continue our conversations and dissecting the book and trying to be on the same page as a group and have a better cohesive group thinking mentality, right? And maybe we can come to some conclusions together in live so that helps other people to figure out the same way. Like, people are all over the place. Like, nobody believes in each other's ideas. And I don't care about that. Like, just, there are facts to this puzzle that people argue about that is so needless. And if anything, I think there's, like, the goal of accomplishing dismissing and dispelling a lot of that garbage. A lot of it. Okay, let's I don't know why I'm doing this to myself, okay? He's just gonna go on and on. So there's nothing here. There's stories from New Orleans. I don't even. I might give that guy another chance with one of his other videos, but it's very difficult. Call from the Fairmont. Oh, it's the same person. I'm not doing that one. Secret Treasure Hunt Toronto. Update, it was moved to San Antonio. Holy moly. Okay, I'm just gonna watch this to frustrate myself a little bit now.
Hire for half the cost of a recruiter with Upwork. Upwork helps bring in skills on a project basis that we could never afford to pay full time. With access to this level of talent, we're getting projects done 3 times faster. Because this is how we work now.
So, going to do a quick video today about The Secret Treasure Hunt by Byron Preiss. An amazing revelation came out this week. Something that could be a game changer. If you've been following the The Secret of Treasure Hunt by Byron Price, a book that came out in the 80s by a book publisher who went around the U.S. and Canada burying treasures, and then partnered with some amazing.
All right, so what this guy is going to tell us is the amazing revelation that came out is that when Sean Kelly autographed the book for a reader, he put this excerpt in it, and he seems to have made a joke, but people don't take it as a joke. The reason why I know it's a joke is a lot. One, there's no cask in Toronto. And I guarantee you by the end of this video, he's going to reference the field guide and say that there is one because of the field guide. There's no coordinates he's going to find. There's nothing in the images that he's going to show. He's just going to use this and then the field guide to say that there's one in Toronto. But then, update, it was moved to San Antonio. This is exactly when you know somebody's full of it, because he doesn't even have a foundation to go on. I guarantee you he's never read the book, and he doesn't agree with coordinates, and everything's been wrong since then, and blah, 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 blah. So let's go on.
Artists and writers, and between some images and verses, and if you compare those together and figure out where those match in terms of the location, and figure out the clues, you can find a cask, and with that cask you can get the jewel. To date, only 3 have been found, and there's supposedly 9 left. However, this revelation opens up to me a 13th, not just 12.
Oh my God!
There's been a lot of talk about a possible hidden 13th for a very long time, and there's some great evidence of that, especially in the immigration and the story. I think this is the hint that for me solidifies that number 13. And I'm going to take you through this and show you why I believe that. But let's start about this revelation and where it came from. Well, I'm not showing the name of this person. I don't know if they want their name on a video, but I greatly appreciate it. I can share the first name, Brian. Brian went on to the Montreal Facebook group for The Secret, and basically shared his experience with Sean.
If you're tuning in, we are now watching a video of a guy who's going to explain to us the evidence of the 13th cask. He knows there's a 13th cask, and this revelation is bringing him to the conclusion of where it is. So,
Sean Kelly, I guess they were good friends. And Sean Kelly was one of the writers. I believe he was a National Lampoon's writer, and had some connections up in Canada. I believe more Montreal than where he's saying that this is located. But I've always thought that without a doubt there's one up in Canada, but I thought it was always attached to a number 13. And to a specific image that most people haven't included,
there is one in Canada,
as an image that is part of the search. Okay. And I'm going to show that to you in just a little bit. But let's just take a quick look at what Brian shared with us here. And thank you once again, Brian, for sharing this, and thank you for the Discord group for sharing this information with everybody, so that we have it and we can kind of start running our different directions and with our different theories and share those, and maybe we actually find a 13th cask, or maybe this becomes the new search for a different city. But anyway, as you can see, basically Brian's friend Sean Kelly, one of the writers for this book, who I guess had some relationships and connections to Montreal, maybe lived there, I don't know. But he had a good friend who signed it, Sean Kelly, back in 1984. Now, Brian wasn't really a searcher. He just kind of left this book, didn't think about it. And from what I know, I believe Sean Kelly has passed, I think maybe within the last year or so. I don't know much about it, but I believe that's what I've been reading. And so, it's very interesting this comes out now. But basically, what it says, if you look closely, it says from Sean Kelly that one of the treasures is in Toronto, Canada, which is huge. And I'll show you in just a minute why, to me, because like I said, I've always thought that there was a 13th.
Wait, what does the rest of it say? One of the treasures is in Toronto. Does that help? P.S. It's the only... Does that say authentic? I can't see what that says. Oh, PS is the only worthwhile thing in Toronto. I mean, it's a joke, guy. Does that not sound like a joke to everybody else? It's a joke. He's joking with you. Or joking with the guy he wrote this for. I mean, like, do you think like he autographed the book and then gave you a clue at the same time, especially when you're not even one of the people, like you just said, are looking for the treasure? Like, okay, whatever, let's go on.
Connected to an image that nobody else has been considering as one of the treasure hunt images. But basically he says, it's in Toronto. Does that help? And then this is the most intriguing thing to me. It's the only worthwhile thing in Toronto. Okay, we'll get into that in just a second here.
Yes,
But
please get
some
into
people
it.
think that Sean Kelly was just being a jokester. Obviously being a National Lampoon's writer, that's
Yes.
what he does. He jokes. He's just
Yes.
joking with his friend that lives
Yes.
in Toronto, and he's actually from Montreal. Why would you do
Yes.
that to a friend, right? Why would you actually point a friend to the wrong direction? I think where he was
You
getting
just
maybe a
said he's
slight
not
into
looking.
Toronto being from or having connections to Montreal is this piece that basically has nothing to do in Toronto. That's fun, except for one thing. So well, let's take a quick look what I believe this is connected to, and then we'll go into something very quickly. In terms of what is the most worthwhile thing to do in Toronto, even to today.
Oh my
But let's
God.
move forward here.
If the literature being read to the child isn't entertaining to the parent,
So, we already see where this is going. He's reading way too much into this. He's reading so much into this that he's like using this as an example of, or not example, an evidence of a 13th cask. I don't get it, man. Like I would love, like, if anything, when I have interviews with people and when we have these groups, I just want to know what gets you from A to B. That's what I want to know. And that's why usually when I make posts, or usually when I'm talking to somebody about their theories or even my own, I just ask them, show me your work. Show me what makes you go from point A to point B. That's it. And that, even if I disagree with it, at least I understand why you did it. And maybe you would understand why you did it, and maybe you would understand why it's not very logical and doesn't make any sense and is a stretch. But okay, let's continue.
This is the image, and this image is the first image right before the actual images, the 12 images that most people believe are the connections to the verses and that make up the treasure hunts. And you have to figure out which which image goes with which verse. I have no clue what verse this might connect to, or maybe.
Okay, so he is so misguided that he thinks that this is one of the images, like image 1 to 12. He thinks this is one of them. He thinks this is a JJP painting. Okay, keep going.
Maybe it's a combination of verses or whatever, but I do believe I'm very convinced that this is representative of Toronto. Well, let's just take a quick look at a few things before I move forward here. The horns of this mermaid or siren, whatever you want to call her, basically alludes to it being to the Viking type of background, right? To the Scandinavian immigration, which nobody has put a particular location, or there's no jewel connected. It's just the casks are connected to it in the immigration, and the jewel litany. But it's very interesting because in the story, there's a lot of connections to Scandinavians and Vikings coming into Canada, and we do know that there's a true history of that as well.
Well, that's where it came from. The story is an allegory. The story is an allegory for the historical facts that have already happened, right? The story is so much of an allegory that when it mentions the Native Americans, it tells you what territory they're from so that you can follow the fair people when they go with the Native American tribes to distant lands. So, okay.
Well, and they even talk about coming to the land of the eagle. It talks about a Viking or from the north, forget exactly what it says. Sorry, I should pull it up. But basically, coming from the Scandinavian region into um,
All right. Wade says it would be cool if there was a 13th, and the finders of the 12 casks would get the first clue from BP after all 12 have been found. Just a cool thought. Okay, I'll let you have the thought, but realistically, you know that's not possible, right? Like it's just not possible. Like the book was made in 1982. It says what it says. I believe it when it says there's 12 puzzles, there's 12 images, there's 12 verses. There's no, like, zero evidence of 13. And if we're going to go to 13, well, why don't we go to 14, 15, 16? Why don't we say that there's some in, like, Europe, there's some in Russia? I mean, like, this is what happens is that people's minds will spiral out of control, and then everything just gets really diluted. Look, if this is what you like to do, there's people that love to go into rabbit holes and do research, and they get a lot out of it, and I'm not crapping on those people. If that's what you want to do, that's awesome. Do it. Don't get pissed off when I criticized it, because it should be criticized. Because, again, it's like there's people that want to play around with this, and then there's people that want to solve it, right? There's two different camps. And the people that want to solve it are going to be more critical, and the people that want to have fun with it are just having fun. They don't really care. I'm just throwing this out there. That's cool. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, this isn't realistic. This just isn't. It's creative. And that's what, like, this community has so many creative people in it. But the amount of people that are, like, rational and logical and thinking about, who want to solve it and thinking about this in the correct way is so limited. I mean, it might be 5%, and that's being very generous. Let's continue.
Nova Scotia. And so, we know that the land of the eagle is very representative of Canada. I mean, they go up there, the bald eagles and stuff like that are just, immense. There's so many of them up there. But there is more evidence as well in the story that points the Scandinavians, Vikings coming to Canada. And this is one of the reasons why I believe this represents
So what he's referencing is in the book, and I'm probably thinking he's referencing like the first few pages where it talks about, I can't remember. It's not Rudy Alf. I don't think it is. But it's one of the characters. They basically did an allegory for, it's not Leif Erikson. It's Eric the Red or Leif Erikson, one of the others, who was known, I think it's Leif, who is known to have been the first person to land in America before Columbus. So that's the allegory, and he's taken the allegory to mean that the Scandinavian people were the first were first arrived in Canada. Now that's confusing, because that part of the book is not talking about the immigration, the mass exodus from Europe to the new land. That part of the book is just, it's kind of like a foreground or a background to what is going to happen forward. So it's like a little twist on the history before the Exodus, but it's not the Exodus itself. So when he's saying that the Scandinavians arrived in Canada first, he's absolutely mistaken.
Cask up in Canada. Now check this out as well. This will be something we come back to, okay, in just a little bit. This particular piece, as you can see, is flat and then it goes up very uniquely. And I'll show you what I believe that is in just a little bit. But I also want you to realize that, what I'm saying is we're going to go to a place that essentially on the island, as you can see, this is kind of like an island looking. It's all kind of broken up into different pieces. And then we're going to go to the tip of it here, and then there's going to be a very unique piece that, where this key is. And this key, will have something very unique on it that will point us to where we should be going. So let's move forward here so you can kind of see what my thought is on this and how it connects.
One word to describe SGU would be opportunity.
I would describe it as remarkable.
There's no one word that can
Okay. So to me, this image connects nicely, very nicely to the Toronto Islands. Okay, which is, you know, it's not 100% likeness because he doesn't do it. He doesn't do things 100% when he creates them because it'll be too easy for people to figure out, right? If he made this exact image to this. What he does is he hides the image and some of the stuff throughout the entire image, and you kind of got to figure it out, right? So we do see this curve here, right? We see the curve, and we see this backside, the backside curve, and we kind of see it kind of falls out this direction. And where I'm saying we're going to go is right here, right where this is, okay? Basically there's something right here, and there's a very unique island right here that connects to the native populations. We'll talk about that in just a little bit, but where we're going to go is right here, and it's supposed to be the best spot for the Toronto skyline from the islands. So of course he's going to take you to some place that's going to be highly beautiful and amazing area, but we'll get into that just a little bit. Before we do that, though, I just want to point out, so this piece is here. You see most of the island. Now, he hid, in my opinion, the airport, which has been around since like the 1930s, late 1930s, 40s, up in here. This is the airport. He didn't want to make it too obvious, right? So essentially, this is the islands, but he hid part of the airport up in this section up here. Okay, now remember some of the stuff I talked about here, the mermaid or siren, as well as what this is. But before we do that, I would just want to go and show you real quickly something that I think is very important. Remember how he said, go back to it real quickly
right,
so we can see it.
I think we've had enough of this
Said
one.
it is the only.
This one is pretty bad. Comments are turned off. That's a very smart move on your part. That is an extremely smart move on your part, because I was about to go off. Okay. So basically this is somebody who thinks that the picture of the cask here, he believes is an actual, I'm thinking he thinks it's a painting, that this is not a photograph, and he's not aware, he must not be aware that the art on the cask is not done by JJP, yet he's referencing it as it is, saying that, oh, what, JJP hides his clues like this, that, and the other, so that's why we have to look at this like this. So automatically, horrible idea. You started wrong. You have the wrong information. You don't know what you're talking about. So everything else after this is going to be complete garbage. Past the nonsense of the 13th cast situation, this is really bad. Okay. Sorry, I can't deal with that. Honestly, I don't know enough about Charleston to criticize. But I'm going to watch that one in a few. Houston is another one that I think we should be talking about a little more, because I don't remember anybody ever going back to the Houston puzzle after people dismissed it, meaning like we felt that it was in a certain area where there was a zoo and that got built over, and so we all kind of agreed that it was lost. I don't know if that's really true, and it's good to always go back to these things after one has been solved, because now you have more information, you have more patterns established, you can discern what's true and what's not true because you've seen what a solve looks like. If you've seen a solve, then you can try to repeat it. If you've seen 2 solves, it makes it easier. If you've seen 3 of them and you still can't repeat it, then I mean, hats off to you. I think you should be doing something else, because this probably is not going to be enough for you. Who is this? Addison Dark Diaries, The Secret Treasure Hunt. She's cute. I'll take a look.
slowly fade away. But one author decided that those kids.
I want to talk about Charleston. I think I solved it. If you think you solved it and you want to talk about it, feel free to join the Discord server. It's there's a link inside of the YouTube channel, right on the description in this one, and there's also links in the Facebook groups. That's the best way to get on it. If you want, I could. If you need me to, I'll link you the Discord channel in the chat. Just let me know, and yeah, you can come on and talk to us about it. Right now it's just me, but yeah, you can talk to us about it. I don't know anything about Charleston. I remember very little, let's just say that. I never really dove into it. I never tried to solve it. I have no theories about it, so I'm not coming at this from like a biased place. I wouldn't be able to tell you, no, you're wrong and I think it's here. I don't know. So, Way 1983, if you would like to come on and talk to us about it, more than welcome. But for now, let's go back to this little lady and see what she has to say about her. Yeah, join Discord. It's free. You don't have to pay for anything. You don't have to pay for the group. You don't have to, it's a free, very easy program. Very easy to use. And if you have any problems, just let me know and I'll be able to help you in whatever way I can. Let's see. Okay, let's go.
That are now adults could have an experience that could keep them young at heart. And he did this by creating a real-life treasure hunt. Today, we'll explore the diary entry of The Secret by Brian Price.
Is this chick a Wiccan?
Let's begin, shall we?
Decides on young, attractive women being his victim.
I guess human or non-human biologics.
Non-human.
I call on you to quit exciting your children when all they're doing is going to quiet rest.
And Sheridan goes in search of the real Bigfoot story.
Possession, control, violence.
Honestly, so far my first reactions to this, it's nice. She's doing a good job at editing. She has like a certain she has like a topic of the dark and mystical that she wants to cover. I like it so far. I don't know what she's going to say about the treasure hunt. I don't know, but I like it so far. I think she did a good job in production, which I suck at, so I appreciate that.
I'm going to tell you in detail why you have been kidnapped, what's going to happen to you.
You could either be in an animal form, or maybe a human form, or a half human, or a half animal.
That man is believed to have been America's first serial killer.
Your only chance to evacuate is to leave with us.
Are people who are seen as a threat. They're going to go on walking around after they've died. They're going to come out of their graves.
Tell me in a sentence who you are.
Nobody. I'm nobody.
Hello everyone, I'm Addison and this is Addison's Dark Diaries, and today we will be exploring The Secret by Brian Price, and it is a mystery that a lot of people still have not been able to solve. This story came to me as I was exploring the wonderful world of fiction and finding different books. I am a big fairy tale type of girl, and I am big on like Nancy Drew, and I loved Scooby-Doo when I was growing up, and I really love Sherlock Holmes and Indiana Jones. And so stuff like that has been a big thing and a big pinpoint in my life of exploring the unknown, as well as just finding treasure and going on explorations to the undepths and the scary little realms, and it's always been very interesting to me. So when I stumbled upon The Secret by Brian Price, I was like, oh, this is it. I have wanted this, and the fact that it became a real-life treasure hunt, I was fully committed and in. So let's begin our journey of The Secret. So this story begins with the author Brian Price. Byron was born in Brooklyn, New York in 1953, where he would become an author, a writer, and editor of over 40 books. In 1971, at the age of 19, Byron, with his friend Jeremy Sorenko, would develop an anti-drug comic book called The Block. And The Block was originally designed for very low-level reading skills, so anyone could actually pick it up and read it and have a good time and it not be too challenging. After that became a hit, he would then go to found Byron Preiss Visual Productions in 1974. As it became a huge hit and he started getting big traction, he was able to produce for big publications such as HarperCollins and Random House. He was also able to develop some children's stories for big celebrities such as Bill Kristol, Jane Goodall, Jared Leno, Leanne Rimes, and Jerry Seinfeld. In 1982, Pierce published The Secret. It was a puzzle book that combined 12 short verses and 12 elaborate fantasy paintings by John Jude Palinker. So how Preiss originally designed this book is that he made the story into clues, and the readers were supposed to decode basically those stories with the pictures to be able to find one of the 12 plexiglass boxes in one of these locations that was correlated with the story. And he personally went and buried 12 of these plexi boxes in different national parks, so when the reader decoded the said riddle, they would be able to follow the story, which was essentially a map to where those plexi boxes were buried, and were able to dig them up and then contact Byron and be able to get one of the gems that correlated with the story. His goal was to bring magic back to the world in a form of history and treasure hunting. But sadly, on July 9, 2005, Byron died in a car crash. And in later February 2006,
what do you guys think about this video so far? I like it. Like, she's done her homework. I can't even dispute if she's like the part where she's talking about all the celebrities that he did comic books for or whatever. I don't even know if that's even true. I know that there was a Jerry Seinfeld connection, and Jerry Seinfeld does like the treasure hunt because I actually tried to contact him once. It wasn't successful, obviously. But she knows the history. She's done her homework, and again, her production value in this video is really good. So I hope you guys like this video. So I'm into it. Let's see where she goes with this.
6, Byron Publications filed for bankruptcy. And although Byron did pass, his story lived on. And right when the book came out, it was kind of a flop compared to all of the other stories he had created. But it slowly picked up steam, and people were rushing all around North America to these national parks trying to decode the stories and find the treasure. And although Byron had left us, the story of The Secret still lives on. And there are still 9 boxes that have not been uncovered. So let me discuss the first 3 boxes that have been found. The first box was founded by Eric Galerinsky, Rob W. Rebel, and David James in 1983.
She is so horrible at pronouncing names that it's funny. Not that that matters, but she is so horrible. She said, listen, I gotta go back a little bit. Look, Robel, or Robel, and she pronounced it.
9 boxes that have not been uncovered. So let me discuss the first 3 boxes that have been found. The first box was founded by Eric Galerinsky, Rob W. Rebel, and David James in 1983. They discovered their box by a water tower in Chicago. And after excavating 6 different holes, they were able to uncover a treasure piece that had been super weathered, and then were able to trade the key for an elegant emerald. The next treasure would not be found for the next 20 years. In 1982, Brian Zinn was intrigued by the story The Secret and was certain that one of the treasures lied in Philadelphia. But it wouldn't be till a decade later, in 1997, he then changed his search and his theory to Cleveland's Great Gardens. And on June 13th, Abrams and one of his friends uncovered another piece of the treasure. And then, sadly, after the death of Byron in 2005, Molly and Jason Crumpt were on the hunt for the treasure as well, in which their first initial thought was that the box would be in Boston. And luckily, for the treasure as well. Byron in 2005, Molly and Jason Crumpt were on the hunt for the treasure. Death of Byron in 2005, Molly and Jason Crumpt were on the hunt for the treasure as well, in which their first initial thought was that the box would be in Boston. And luckily, They were right, because another box was found under the Boston Public Library, and they were given an exquisite green gemstone. Boston Public, they were right, because...
What did she just say?
Another box was found under the Boston Public Library, and they were...
She thinks that another jewel was found underneath the Boston Public Library. That's what she just said, right? I wasn't hearing things. Okay. Let me make a note of that.
Were given an exquisite green gemstone. But with that, there has been no other findings. There's only been 3 boxes out of the 12 that have been found. And luckily, I think I know where another box is located. And I believe it is in Herman Park, Houston, Texas. Now, you might be thinking, Addison, how do you think you know where it's at? Well, I have done a lot of research, and I have dug through the trenches of so many forums and talked to wonderful people online and a wonderful Facebook group. And I also have been very intrigued by the poem that I believe is for Houston. And let me read that to you now. Fortress north, cold as glass. Friendship south, take your task. To the number 982, through the wood, no lion fears. In the sky, the water veers. Small of scale, step across. Perspective should not be lost. In the center, a 4 alike, small, split, 3-winged, and slight. What we take to be our strongest tower of delight falls gently in December night. Looking back from treasure ground, there's the sprout, a whistle sounds. That is from his own book. I think it's story number 12. And yes, I believe that is in Herman Park. And that's where we shall be going to visit today to see if this is where we think it is. So without further ado, let's go see if we know where the last lost box is. Let's go.
Well, she's cute enough to follow to Houston. I'll say that. But the video so far is, I think, very good. She did a very good job editing. She tried very hard at this. Like, she's, you know, I appreciate her commitment towards it. The Boston part is bothering me already. So I'm gonna start writing these things in the comment. The Boston gem. The Boston treasure, rather. I'm not gonna say a gem. The Boston treasure was not found underneath the Boston Public Library. I don't even know why she would think that. Maybe she's confused on because, like, when the guy said, oh, that he found the names on the library, she's confusing that. Should I tell her where it was? No. Maybe I should just the Boston treasure was not found underneath the Boston Public Library. It was found in the north end. I forgot the name of that park. If somebody knows, they could put it in the chat so I could tell her. But it was found in the north end neighborhood of Boston. In a baseball field. We'll just leave that there. Because I'm sure there's other things I'm going to comment later, so I'm just...
Hello everyone, and today we are finally at Herman Park in Houston, Texas, where I am going to take you around this large national area and tell you where I think Byron Price's Houston jewel is buried, or his little cask and box is buried. And then maybe someone will be able to get a permit to dig and find it, because I think I know where it's at. or I'm speculating that I know that's where it's at. So come along with me as we venture along, and I'll tell you the areas from the picture where I believe it is actually at. I am currently right now at Marvin Taylor Trail. It has a 3-hour parking limit if you want to come and venture yourself and see for yourself. Everything is kind of widespread, so it might take me a bit to get to all these places, but I'm going to go to the zoo, I'm going to go to the amphitheater, I'm going to show you where I think all the clues are in the pictures, so then you can coordinate, and I'll tell you once again how long it gets me to get there from where I am now. I'm hoping this all goes smooth.
Prediction is that she doesn't realize how many things have changed in that area since 1982. Let's see if she accounts for that.
I also have a little surprise at the end, so make sure you stay for that as well. So
Surprise at the end, that's a very good way to get people tuned in. I like that.
Let's get started. Here is where we're exactly at, and we're going to walk this way, so let's go. So why many people think it is the Houston Herman Park is just because I personally believe it is the pictures of the drawing, as well as it talks about tracks. Back in, I think, 1982, I will correct myself if that is not the right date, a little train was supposed to be being built to travel through the park from the zoo, or near the zoo. During that time when he wrote these and he spread them out, it was supposed to be there. But I also think we're making it too difficult, and I think we just need to follow it like kind of in order. So that is my first step, is I kind of want to go see the landscapes and how everything's like lined out. Oh my god, perfect, guys, look. That is what I believe his little hat on the thing, on the image, I'll put the image here, shows. I could be wrong, but I don't know if I am. So yeah, but the train track was supposed to be built. That's why I also personally believe it is there. A lot of the more clues come to here, and I think the zoo is like a big center point of where, now I don't think that's where it's buried, but I think it's just like a big location and clue. So let's cross over now. Let's go this way. And here's another map that we're leading to. So over there is the National Science Museum. Wonderful National Science Museum if you're interested in anything in that sort. So, oh, okay, Miller Outdoor Theater. You are here. So, okay, Jones Reflection Pool. I don't know if I can read that. And I think that is a big clue as well as these little marks right here with the theater. Let's go that way. Let's go look. Typically people come up here and you can watch outdoor theater shows. I think that's also kind of a reference. I've wondered if the little thing on his head, I do think is from Persia and the immigration and stuff, but I also wonder if it's due to the costumes of like this theater over here. Okay, so another clue I think is there's pointed leaves on the tree, and it sort of resembles the Astropus key, which is right there. As you can see, the little points on top. Oh, the points on top of it look just like the little leaves that they have. Back here is the Miller Outdoor Theater. But if you look across, do you see how there's those buildings that reflect the light of the blue, and it kind of reflects down? There's also those on there. I'm like, I don't know if it's there, but I think the zoo, I think it's a triangle. So I'm thinking it's these buildings that have a reflection, and I think it's all just like centered. And then once you find that center and you find it's like in the middle. I could be wrong, but I just think I'm right. So sculpture Hannah Stewart, donor, so given to the city of Houston, August 24th, 1972. And it would appear like this. Okay, we're walking across that to here. It took like 2 minutes. Okay, we're walking 72, and it would appear like this.
I don't think it's not a horrible idea, but if I were to be critical about this, I would say that if JJP was trying to recreate something similar to that, it would look similar to that, right? Like, I don't think that any of those leaves look that similar to it, especially like this is like 10 points, and most of those leaves have 4 to 6 maybe. But okay, let's keep going.
Okay, we're walking across that to here. It took like 2 minutes, I think. The city of Houston. Here's where we're going. Okay, we're gonna walk this way because I'm about to get hit by. Here's the amphitheater in this area.
Yeah, no, I agree. Something should back there. It's loose. You know what I mean?
So the clues that we have right now is the amphitheater to the buildings with the amphitheater key, and it is very crucial to know that the area has changed and evolved. So now everyone's wondering if it has been buried under like rubble, like under like construction, and so it might never be found. And you know, if they had big machinery and taken that stuff out, they might have not noticed that it was in there. But yeah, to keep going, I'm gonna head over to, I think, the obelisk. I hope I'm saying that right. And we'll see what's going on over there and see what y'all think. Alright guys, here is some more history. Congressman Mikey Leland, 1944-1989. Pause to read. There is also the amphitheater again, with the buildings in the back. Maybe that has something to do? 1944, maybe? Alright. So I'm gonna go to the very end of that, but if y'all remember, it says something about go over the bridge. There's a bridge there, there's a bridge there, and a bridge over there. I think it's gonna be whichever one leads to the zoo. I think it's the very end to show y'all what it looks like from above. I'll add the aerial footage of what they're thinking. Basically, like the little like glowing circle, the column, that like looks like. So, a lot of people, like we said, have been thinking it was buried under. It's not wood, it's like, I don't know, like a little column, like, not column, it's like dirt, but you still can't dig up here, so that's kind of the biggest issue. The biggest issue we're working on now is just getting permits to dig. But if we look this way, if you're looking at it from like straight on, there's those buildings in the back. And then I personally wonder if where it's talking about where the roots come up, I'm wondering if it's the garden, like the garden area. Because that's the only thing that really makes sense. But then I'm like, is that too obvious? But I would, if I had to put my bet, it would be over there. I could be wrong. There's also this little like pavilion area that has like roots and stuff coming out underneath. That would be probably like an easy place, especially he would go at night and pretend to be a security man. So you have to think like he was trying to be sneaky. So over there in the corner and like digging up, I don't know. But here it is from this way. I think you would have to be looking on it so from this way though. The walk over here was about, give or take like 5 minutes if. I mean, I was kind of still walking and recording myself, so I don't actually know. We're gonna read it one more time and see. But here's, like I said, it's over here. If you wanna come check it out, do yourself, walk the area. So, Fortress North, cold as glass. Friendship South, take your task. I think that's like a compass area too, so take it south. I think that's a big clue. Let's see where compass. Let's look at the compass right now. So we're 153 southeast, and we need to go south. So it's gonna be that. Okay, so I think take your south. If you're coming from this area here, I think the compass is going to be our big thing, because I think going south is a big clue, and you should follow the compass. I think that was literal. Okay, next clue. So Fortress North, center of Houston. Cold as glass. Cold as glass is kind of throwing me off. Friendship South, take your task. To the number 982, which I do think was the train, which would be over there. That's where we'd be headed, okay? Through the wood, no lion fears. I think you'd go through the area of the zoo to no lion fears, which would be the lion areas, and the sky to water veers, which would be those buildings that are straight across the glass coming out. Small of scale, step across. I'm wondering if it's one of these bridges, but these bridges might have not been here. That's where it's always so hard, because I can't remember the geography of what it looked like exactly. But if this is right, okay, perspective should not be lost. That's where I think it's like we're reading too much into it. Like, don't get too crazy. Like, you know where you're going. In the center of 4 alike, small split, 3 winged and slide. I think those were where these certain, but we'll go over there and look. I think it was trees, and I think these trees are very like identical and looked like not spooky, but looked very detailed, or very where you would recognizable. What we take to be our strongest tower of delight falls gently in December night. Looking back from treasure ground, there's a sprout, a whistle sounds. Okay, I think we need to head over there, because I think south is where we need to be going. Okay, I'm gonna follow this compass that I have on my phone. It might not be so accurate, but I'm gonna try to go south. So I'm gonna follow, maybe there's a bridge that leads me south to that way. Okay?
I'm gonna tell you, I come here in the summertime.
Okay.
And everybody would think the higher you get, in the summertime is,
yeah.
But the higher you get on that hill,
okay,
it's the coolest place in that park, and it's always cool. And in the wintertime, like this, it's always warm. I don't know what they did.
She's good at this. She's really good at making videos.
I think this is a big mark too. Marketplace, 1962. Visitors to General Sam Houston, County, Virginia, near Huntsville, Texas. Army led to the army to victory of San Jacinto. So, a little bit of a detour because I went through the Japanese garden. I don't think that has any. I mean, definitely has some significance, but doesn't have any significance for what we're looking for. I don't think it was a marker that he used. And for some reason, is he pointing? Okay, so I think you head from this way to Center Houston. You head this. He's pointing you to the direction you need to go. And I think that was a clue that he wanted to give us. So we're gonna head this way. I don't know if y'all can see that. Okay guys, so that took me about 3 minutes to get over to the entrance to the zoo. I think this is the zoo. Let's see, Lake Plaza Project. So there it is. I don't quite know where the lines could have been. I'm wondering if they're more towards, like right when you walk towards up to it. But that is the front entrance of the zoo. Over here is Herman Park. So we are now the Plaza Houston Zoo. Sprouting trees is what's throwing me off a bit, but I'm wondering if the sprouting trees was that jasmine thing over there with and I think that might have been where the star was. It's pointing us, him being that's it's telling you where to go.
For you all, because if you're already in Herman Park and you can't find Byron Price's treasure, why not try to find another treasure? So I went and buried some treasure. It is not 3 meters down, and it is not that crazy hard to find. I am going to put the story or the riddle up here now, and
Okay. So, I don't know if y'all can see that. But, yeah, it's a Look, I think she made a very good video. I think she's really good at making YouTube videos and editing. She got very few things wrong, which is shocking. I'm not dissing her. I'm saying it's just shocking because most people do get certain facts wrong. The only thing I could probably pick out was the Boston thing that she got wrong. But other than that, she was pretty on point with what she said. She knew her history. She definitely did some research on this and, got some facts straight. And the whole video itself of going through Herman Park, it was good. I enjoyed it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say I learned so much from her, but I did learn something about Herman Park, and it was nice to get the tour of it. So I think it was a great video, and I'll probably let her know that. Great video, and really appreciate the time and energy to make it. I personally am not too sure that this treasure is still there or recoverable, but it was interesting revisiting it. We are a small group. That has been dedicated to this treasure hunt for over 7 years. Chat with you sometime. And pick your brain. Overall, you did a lot of good research. Background to the book and the author. Probably have heard this by now, but the Boston treasure was not found underneath the Boston Public. Okay. How do I get her to reach out? Can you leave an email on fucking YouTube? I think you can. Feel free to reach out. Kaplan410@gmail. Would love to collaborate. Excuse me for clearing my throat so much. I am on week 2 of fighting a cold that doesn't seem to want to go anywhere. Yes, and I can't spell collaborate, so there you go. And comment. She did good. This was like definitely top 3 videos I've ever seen about the treasure hunt. And again, it's not that she gave us such a great theory and we know where it is. It's so enlightening. I'm not even looking for that. I don't think we should be. She just did a really good job. A really good presentation. I mean, I would hire this woman to do more. I would hire this woman and say, like, yo, can you tell my New York theory? She did a good job. I really appreciate it. And honestly, if you think about, if anybody's not done YouTube videos, it is not easy. And especially if you're trying to attract an audience and you're trying to build a channel, which I think she's trying to do, it's not easy. Your production value has to be very high. You have to be very knowledgeable in how to handle a camera. And I think people think that that's very easy. Like, they think it's like selfies. It's not. Beyond the research that she had to do, I mean, she dedicated time to this, and I do appreciate that from her. So, good for you. I think her name was Alice Addison. Good for you, Addison. That was a very, very, it's a very good video that made me feel better about the community, because I don't usually feel good about it. Way says, what puzzle do you work on the most? I exclusively have been working on the New York puzzle for 7 years, at least. I dabbled in the San Francisco puzzle. The other ones, I don't even want to say that I've dabbled. I mean, I've looked at solves, I've seen the research, I've seen the best theories, I've looked at the paintings and verses. We've done all that, but I just never was into it, because if I don't feel like I can go dig up the treasure, if I don't have access to that place, and if I'm not really knowledgeable about that place, it kind of takes me off of it. For instance, Montreal to me is the worst puzzle, because I don't know anything about Montreal. Then we have the fact that they're French speaking, so I expect some elements of it to be having to translate French into English. I don't know the area, I don't know the monuments, I don't know the history. So it's like this, I need to do so much research just to start it, and I'm not really that intrigued, right? Because there's people that really know Montreal that don't know what it is. I don't know, it's not an attractive puzzle. New York, I live in New York, so it'd be anywhere in New York, it would be easy for me to get to it. I know the history of New York. I was born and raised here, been here for more than 40 years. So I'm definitely more into New York. Have you found the trick for the puzzle that JJP said he put into each image? I don't think it's one trick. I think what JJP is referring to is a lot of the patterns that he has already put in the puzzle. So if I told you that JJP's trick was the coordinates, that would kind of make sense to you. And I think what you're expecting is that because I don't really think that he knows the actual dig spots. Maybe he was given pictures of things near the dig spot. Maybe he was given actual pictures of the dig spot and doesn't remember. I don't think it's in. It's like a formula. I think it's the coordinates. I think it's the monuments. I think it's just the cleverness of how he hides his clues. But again, I'm just going to say I think, because JJP's art form and trying to dissect art form is so subjective. Everybody's going to see something different. And JJP had these conceptions that didn't really play out very well in practice. Perfect example, if you've ever seen the Boston Pops solution, in the image, meaning there's a beak next to a bubble, and when the bubble pops, it's supposed to symbolize the Boston Pops Symphony Orchestra, I believe it is, right? How would anybody logically get to that conclusion looking at that? That's extremely, extremely difficult. And even when he said it to us, everybody just threw up their hands and was really pissed. Nobody had the balls to say, oh, yeah, I knew that. Or, yeah, I proposed it before and nobody listened. Nobody said that because nobody thought of it. This is why I always tell people, don't get really tied into the painting. Because you're going to claim that you see something that nobody else sees, and then you can't prove it, and then it makes you look like a loon. The trick will be at the dig site as well. You must use the trick on the path to the park where the verse reads. I don't know, man. I don't. So I was talking to somebody last night, and he believes that it's a path. He believes that all the puzzles have a path, and the image kind of guides you on that path. But the problem with that is that, and as I explained it to him, and he couldn't really get out of that, was that there's nothing that points you to say go from point A to point B. So even if you have, let's say, even if you have one thing that you know where it is, the Cleveland Terminal Tower, for instance, and then you have the wall in the Greek Cultural Gardens, what brings you from point A to point B? There's nothing. There's nothing that you can point to that'll bring you logically and organically from that point to that point. So to say that it's a trail would be very difficult because there isn't. There's nothing. There's no map in the image. There's nothing there that can lead you to that. There's little clues that can point you to the city, and the clues can range from the state outline, a highway, or it can be a dig marker like the fence and fixture and the home plate. So you can't discern this until the treasure hunt is over, and then those things make sense. And at best case scenario is that you find the right spot, and then those images, those little references in the images start to make sense. And then you can maybe propose it, and it'll sound more digestible to the average treasure hunter in this treasure hunt. But I don't believe that there's a treasure map or anything like that. You only worked on Charleston, and you looked into the South ones. That's awesome. Like mathematical, grammatical. Yes and no. Meaning, he uses a geographical clue could just exactly be what I said: the state outline, the highway, things of that nature, like roadways. So that. I don't think it means what people think it means. I don't think that there's a puzzle that's all math. I don't think that there's a puzzle that's all geography. He hides these little elements in the puzzle, and those elements are just part of the subject matter of geography, of mathematics, of grammatics, of whatever. You know what I mean? But it's not the theme. The theme is always going to be immigration. Okay? And then from there, you have to move forward and just decipher the clues as is. I mean, look at how they did Chicago, which, comparably is a lot easier than most of the other puzzles. The images in there were not really hidden that hard. You know what I mean? Like, you can look at the image and say, oh, I know where that theme is, and then go to that theme, and then you probably are right. You know what I mean? You're probably within the distance of where you need to be. But let's say if they went to what's the Chicago Tower? The water tower, right? If they went to the Chicago water tower, they're 4 miles away from the dig site. So this is why you can't depend on the image alone. In fence and fixture, I mean, nobody, that's not a monument. It's a very small item in the park. So, you have to get to the park and then find it. It's not that easy. The clues are drawn in the painting. Yeah, it's not out of. I think people want to find something extra in this. It's been 40 years, and there's been so many people that have dedicated their time to this puzzle and not found anything. And then when you do hear a theory, it's so far-fetched that it like, let's just forget about this and go back to what we know. Again, from the 3 solves, try to figure it out the same way that those were figured out. Reverse engineer it and get back to basics, and you would do a lot better of a job than just like what most people do is saying, hey, look, I saw this triangle in the image, and there's a triangle in this park. A lot of those things and a lot of the verse clues can be anywhere in the world, so you can't just do that. Look at Cleveland, upside down building, long and latitude to reverse. The perspective was reversed. The trick is reverse. And one line from right to left. Yeah, and honestly, that's another subject matter I want to go into, because I've never done a deep dive on Cleveland, and I know people feel like it's reverse, even especially since they thought it was in one side of the planter and ended up being on the second side of the planter. But I've never had a really clear explanation on that, on like how it's all reversed and how everything is backwards. And I'm not sure if that's absolutely true or if it's just perspective. Like, yeah, you can have the perspective of doing it backwards and it works, but if you did it frontwards, it works just as well. I don't know that. I would love to talk about it. I don't know enough to make a definitive comment on that one. And I should, because I tell people to look at the 3 solves, but I really never really focused on that. I don't know, for some reason I never really liked the Cleveland puzzle. Let me see, what is this? All right, this one is only 4 minutes. It's made by Mr. X 5 months ago. So he gets you to the columns for the start, and you read the verse to get there. But how does he get you to the columns? That's the problem. Is that how does he get you there? I could understand if you like decipher the verse, but honestly, and then this is also another argument that I have. Let's say there were already solves, but Cleveland had not been solved yet, right? And we had to look into the Cleveland puzzle, and we knew it's Cleveland. And knowing what we know now, especially about the dig spot having a lot to do with the immigration references in different ways, if we had to find a park that had to do with anything of Greek culture, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, but I'm going to say that there's not many parks in Cleveland that have anything to do, name-wise, style-wise, theme-wise, to do with Greeks. So I would guess that in Cleveland, the process of elimination would be so small into finding which park this is that most of these clues are not necessary, right? With the verse and image, it's a path. Again, like if you do decide to join the channel and we sit down and talk about it, that'll be the best way. But I would have to have somebody sit down and talk to me about it to convince me that it's a path.
I wanted to make a thrill ride like you've never seen before.
Oh, this is gonna be close. Okay, so far he is using the what I believe is the correct verse with the correct image, so we're off to a good start. I disagree already, but okay, let's go. He thinks it's Golden Gate Park, thinks it's Strawberry Hill. This is a very antiquated theory. Okay, see, already he fucked up. The search area is the Dragon Head. Why? Why? Just answer the question, why? Show me your work. All right. Not really, right? Like, if you're gonna tell me that was an image match, I would not believe you. That seems a little off, but okay. Okay, John F. Kennedy Drive. All right, that is hilarious and adorable. That is hilarious and adorable that he believes that this silhouette of an image that's probably nothing is JFK. How is JFK education and justice for all to see? Let's keep going. Oh, he doesn't explain it. You see what I mean? He doesn't explain it. He saw something in an image that he thinks looks like JFK, and he found JFK Drive, and then he just attached it to that verse line, but there's nothing there that has anything to do with JFK. Sound from the sky. Okay, that makes sense. I could buy into that. Hard shelter? This is gonna be rich. Okay. At least he got the steamboat part right. But to say that something that would draw his attention is Fulton, because Fulton was a steamboat designer, is a fucking stretch. That's such a stretch that I pulled my hamstring while trying to do it. That's such a stretch. It's like a 500-pound girl in a pair of spandex that doesn't fit her. This is stretch. Giant pole, giant step to the place the casket's got. The giant pole is suggestive of a giant redwood tree. No, it's not. Come on, man. How would you say that? A giant pole is suggestive of a giant redwood tree? Why would they call the tree a pole? But could be a straight tree with few limbs. Giant step 3 to 6 feet perhaps or more from the base of the tree. No, this is garbage. Basura. You got a thumbs down for that, bud. Oh, this is so bad. This makes no sense. Okay, let's keep going. This is... Now he explains it. Okay, let's see. John F. Kennedy was known for his dedication to education and social justice for all Americans. Amongst other things. Yes. Robert Fulton was the engineer credited with the first commercial successful steamboat, an object of Twain's attention. The steamboat is an object of his attention. Fulton isn't. So you made an indirect connection there that makes no sense. All right, I'm done with this one. I'm not even gonna leave a comment because it's not that serious. Oh, secret encyclopedia to shut the front door. That's garbage. Why are they giving me a whole bunch of stuff that's not even related to this? What is this? Oh, this is about the Bible. Ugh. That's all I need is to start looking at things about the Bible to drive myself completely nuts, become an alcoholic. This guy is a bum. See, people like this guy, they're trying to play a part, and they're using The Secret as like Josh Gates would. So this guy is just, I mean, he's literally dressed like Josh Gates. He is trying to be Josh Gates so freaking hard that I can already tell you that everything this guy's going to say is complete garbage. Garbage. So I'm not going to go there. All right, maybe we'll go into specifics. Let's go into New York. I love the ones about New York because I get to shit on them so freaking hard. Let me see. What up, Underhill? Charleston is symmetrical and division. The Jew in the painting also holds clue to where the cask is. Cleveland's Jew was in a concrete box, and it was... I don't understand what you mean by that. Cleveland's Jew was in a concrete box. You probably mean the cask, not the Jew. Cleveland's cask was in a concrete box, and it was found in a concrete box. Okay. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. That sentence doesn't make any sense. Maybe I'm just not reading it correctly. I don't know. Whatever. Chicago was found in South Loop, and Jew was south of Loop Earring. Boston Jew was turned to look like a green diamond baseball field. It was the hairline that was the shape of a baseball field with the top of her head being... No, it's not. So you're wrong. Wait, you're wrong about that. Her hair, the hairline, meaning her whole hair, was supposed to be the shape of a baseball field. Then the home plate is on her sleeve. It's not. It's two different things. Clues for San Francisco are mirrored. Twain means double or twins. It doesn't. Mark Twain, his pen name Mark Twain means 2 fathoms. So I don't know why you think it means twins. In the Cleveland image, the Jew is shown in a concrete box. Oh, I get what you're saying. Oh, all right. I get what you're saying. Again, you would have to sit down and explain it to me, but I don't necessarily agree. I think the jewels are just placed where they're placed because they are. Like I don't think I don't think the jewels have anything to do with clues or a solve. I think the Jews are just there to symbolize the month, and from the month you get to the immigration group, which you get to the flower, all that stuff, right? I don't think it has anything to do with solves, but I could be convinced otherwise if somebody pointed out something that was credible. I just don't see it. No, he didn't. JJP pointed out that on the top of her head is the shape of a baseball field, not a baseball diamond, not a home plate, but it's a baseball field, right? It's not a triangle shape, but it's like you know what it looks like. I don't know why I'm explaining it. Her sleeve. I'll actually show you. What am I talking to you when I can show you? Hold on one second. Let me pull this up. Don't tell George I'm using his fucking crappy site. Okay. So what JJP was explaining Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make sure you see this in my screen. Okay, so what JJP was explaining is that the shape of her hair, the way it goes from top to bottom and around, right? This curve, that's the shape of a baseball field. So if you look at a baseball field, that's correct. Now the home plate is right there next to the leg to symbolize home plate. You see where you got a little confused? Anyway. Back to the video. Which one?
By my count,
Ugh. Ugh. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this guy's face? Ugh. He's like, ugh. That's disgusting. I'm sorry for anybody who was traumatized by that image. It was not put up there on purpose. He just kind of creeps into everybody's algorithm because he is insistent and persistent and very annoying. All right, so for the New York ones, I probably have seen a majority of these. I'm trying to find one that's new. I'm not looking at any more Mr. X ones. George couldn't find water if he jumped out of a fucking boat, so let's not even go there. This guy makes really good videos, but his theories are so freaking bad. Let's watch it. Because I give him props. He's a really good producer of YouTube videos.
I was thinking like, hey, what's the catch?
But just a really bad theory.
In the cask, you'll find an associated key. After you solve a location...
All right, hold on 1 second. Wait, honestly, like, you're asking me a lot of questions, but I really would prefer that we speak. Or, like, because I really can't keep up with what you're saying and back and forth. If her hair was the outline of the baseball field, okay, where would home plate be on the field that her hair makes? Where would home plate be on where that I don't I kind of get what you're trying to get at, like you're trying to tell me if that's it doesn't work that way. It's one clue and then it's another clue. I kind of see what you're trying to do here. You're trying to say like, okay, if that's the baseball field, it's not the baseball field. It's not a map. It's just a symbol of the baseball field so that you know it's in the baseball field. The top of her head I'm talking about. Yeah, there's nothing there. Where it's lit by lamplight. There's nothing lit by lamplight. I think you're interpreting things that are not necessarily true. And now you're going to tell me that the box is the lamp and like it's lit by lamplight. That's not even close to being accurate. The whole point of the verse line lit by lamplight is pointing to the church where Paul Revere put the lamplight to warn people that the British were coming. I don't believe that it has any other connection towards anything else. So I don't know if you're trying to say that is lit by light. It's not lit by light. In any way, it's not. I don't get it. Yeah, I the light must be in the image. Why? Why would the light have to be in the image? Not everything in the verse is in the image. Is lit by light. It's not. There's and even in the image, the home base is not lit by lamplight. And in real life, it's not lit by lamplight. I don't understand what you're talking about. The top of her head. I understand what you're saying, the top of her head. So you're going to make the argument that, like, since this part of her hair is lighter than the rest part, then it must be lit by lamplight. It could be lit by that North Star. It could be lit by whatever the object is in this box. The interpretation you're trying to make is so subjective that it's not going to work. Even if JJP had said this, then that would be one thing, but I don't see what you're talking about. Even if you're right, you might be right, but I wouldn't use this as a clue. I wouldn't use this as a method going forward. I disagree with it, but it's not supposed to match the verse. That's a very bad misconception. There's probably one or two lines in the verses that speak about the image, but not all the lines in the verses are based on the image, because you have to think about it. When JJP created these images based on photographs, not on verse. Okay, so he creates it, and then at some point, I guess Byron writes the verse. And it'll be interesting to see that, who knows about that process, because I think that's how it went. I believe it's painting first, and then the verses were written later. Dude, I guarantee you JJP did not say that the top of her head is where home plate is. I guarantee you. If you want, I will literally pull up the video, but you're going to have to bet me money, because now you're making me go out of my way to prove you wrong. But he absolutely, positively, 100% never said that the home plate is on her thing. And see how you got to home plate. Oh, so it's a bet? Okay. Hold on. I hope this is as easy as to find as I hope. Okay, secret, treasure hunt, Boston solve. Let's see. It might not be even on YouTube because it's on Expedition Unknown. John Jude Palancar. No. We're not gonna find it here. How can I get to this? All right, hold on a second. Does anybody happen to know what's nobody's gonna know this answer. What season of Expedition Unknown they covered the Boston treasure hunt? Because that would help my search. Trove Treasures has the interview? Oh. Let's see. Where media? I don't see media. Okay, media. Oh, season 7 finale. Okay, thank you. It's amazing that you knew that, though. Like, you must be a fan of Expedition Unknown to know that. Or maybe you just pay more attention than I do to those things, because I did not know that. Okay, yeah, you're right. Secret solved. Okay.
There's a clue that's been staring at.
Oh! Plexiglass.
Yep.
All right, but
Corners. Keep looking.
But with daylight fading, our mission to find the key is beginning to.
Okay. You ready for your prize?
Sure.
So as you see in the painting, and in all the paintings, there's a gem. And in this painting, the fairy is holding a peridot. And so, we are going to present you with the peridot.
Thank you.
I can't display the video.
Oh my God, it's amazing. I'm honored.
So, the third box, the third key, third gem.
Jason has joined an elite club of puzzlers who have been awarded one of the gems. And the other members of the so-called secret society are here today. The finders of the Chicago cask, Rob Roble and Eric Gazarowski. And the finders of the Cleveland cask, Andy Abrams, who helped find the cask.
This.
And you are a true gentleman and treasure.
Here. So, this is Boston.
This is Boston, you know, and it spells Boston here. Actually, you have B,
yeah,
O, S, T, and O-N.
None of us saw that. First of all, look at how bad Brian looks. Brian's shaking his head.
What else you got?
This kind of shape here is a bit like a baseball diamond.
That's what I said.
Yes.
The head is home,
That is home.
and the undecorated sleeve is home plate.
Get out of here. No, it's sinister.
Well, us artists can be very devious people. Yeah.
You are right. I owe you $20.
What do you think that Byron... Shaking his head.
What else you got?
This kind of shape here is a bit like a baseball diamond.
That's what I said.
Yes.
The head is home,
That is home.
and the undecorated sleeve is home plate.
Get out of here.
That is home. That's weird. How is the head home?
Guy who has been driving thousands of people insane with these paintings.
Yes.
So, this is Boston.
This is Boston, you know, and it spells Boston here. Actually, you have B,
yeah,
O, S, T, and O-N.
None of us saw that. First of all, look at how bad Brian looks. Brian's shaking his head.
What else you got?
This kind of shape here is a bit like a baseball diamond.
That's what I said.
Yes.
The head is home,
That is home.
and the undecorated sleeve is home plate.
Get out of here. No, this...
Jeez, that doesn't even make sense to me. How is the head home? Is it like symbolic home because it doesn't look like home because it's not? I don't know. But yeah, you were absolutely right on that. But dude, again, man, like, wait, you're more than welcome to join the stream at any time. We can speak about this. But this is again, this is why I made this Discord and this stream, is that we don't have to text each other and go back and forth like that, because then I don't like have, it's hard. It's difficult to communicate that way. But anytime that you want to come in the stream, any other day, whatever, just, you know, feel free to hit me up and we'll put you on and we could talk about that. I don't feel like that's necessarily proving your point that the jewel holds the clue, but pull up the JJP painting, Black School. How do I find that? That was an interesting one, though, Way. I'm glad you pointed that out, because I might have gotten that wrong with somebody else. So what would you ask me for? Oh, JJP's painting. John Jude, Palancar, Black School. Okay. Underhill, that goes for you too, dude. You come onto the streams, you leave comments a lot. Join the Discord, join the conversation. Don't overlook the clue that the jewel in the paintings. Go on the podium in the yellow. What? Go on the. Okay, I see what you're talking about. I don't believe he has blackface, but there you go. Okay, so zoom in close and turn upside down. I can't do that without putting this in like a photo thing. So I could zoom in as far as that. I can imagine what it looks like upside down. So where's this going? All right, I'm gonna leave this here because I don't know where this is going. And honestly, if the idea is I'm gonna have to look at all of John Drew Pelinkar's work to figure out like what has elements of The Secret, I would shoot myself in the head rather than do that. It's not happening. Email, hold on. All right, where were we going? We was gonna watch, the New York ones. How did that happen? Oh yeah, because we kept searching for different ones. Secret treasure hunt. Maybe we'll do that tonight. We'll dig into the South puzzles. You know what's really weird too is these things where it's like somebody has paid to sponsor themselves to be on the top of the secret. So when you search for The Secret in YouTube, they're on the top of the page because they paid to be sponsored. And then you click on it and it's like usually a really bad article about their theory and it's just horrible. Secret treasure hunt. New York. Oh yeah, we were gonna go into this guy's video.
How to get the most of Grammarly free.
It's Kayla on behalf of Grammarly to tell you all about the free version.
Byron Price in 1982. Byron Price personally buried 12 treasures around the United States in these handmade casks. And inside the cask, you'll find an associated key. After you solve a location of the buried keys and dig it up, you must then mail in that key to the publisher to receive a rare gem. This gem is said to be worth $1,000 back in the 80s. Hey everyone, my name is Michael. Mike, Mickey, or hey you. During the pandemic, I started a podcast like everyone else in the world. But then my fiance introduced me to the Disney vlogging community. I've had some amazing adventures, met so many new people, and made lifelong friends. I want to share it all with you, so come along as my story continues with something I call Mousepiration. What is perceived to be the Statue of Liberty's face, that giving away that it is in New York. Now the bottom of her dress kind of represents the shape of Lower Manhattan.
All right, did you see this? These are the things that irritate me to no extent. Now he literally did an overlay, and if you look at the overlay, it does nothing. It looks nothing like Lower Manhattan looks nothing like Manhattan, but he's now convinced that it's Manhattan because no reason. No reason at all. I don't like that. So that's why I say this is a shit theory to begin with. Good video, shit theory. Keep going.
Also, the first line of the verse or poem, it says, "In the shadow of the gray giant." But this is New York. There's so many different gray giants out there. Let's start breaking down this treasure hunt line by line in correlation with the painting of what seems to be New York City. So naturally, being from Staten Island, we would think that the gray giant would be the Verrazano Bridge, right? And that is the arm that extends over the narrow or slender path, being the channel of water that goes below the bridge. So a lot of people do believe it's buried in Brooklyn, which I get it. However, everything that me and my dad have come up with has led us to downtown Manhattan, and that's where we're gonna start. But that doesn't mean the Verrazano is not present down here in Battery Park. So I don't know if you can make out what's inscribed on the bottom there, but there is the Giovanni de Verrazano statue here. And just think about it this for a second. In the shadow of the gray giant being the Verrazano, find the arm that extends over the slender path. And the way she's kind of positioned her arms, it kind of looks like the lady in the poem as well. Now also, this statue has been removed several times due to graffiti, restoration,
All
and
right,
this
wait. So, first mistake, first correct assumption was he said the Statue of Liberty indicates, the face of the Statue of Liberty indicates that this image belongs to New York. Absolutely correct. Great observation. Very easy observation, but a very important observation. So I'm not going to shit on it. It's a great one. Then he goes and says that the bottom of the dress looks like Manhattan when it absolutely does not. He overlaid it. It didn't fit, but he's still going on to saying it's Manhattan. Then he says that the Great Giant, most people would think it's the Verrazano Bridge, and therefore that the cast would be in Brooklyn. But I don't think that because all the clues led to Manhattan. Do you understand how frustrating that is? Do you understand that, like, I want to punch a window when he said that? Oh, God. Okay. Let's go. So now he's in Battery Park, and he's pointing to the Verrazano statue. And so now he's equating that. You see what I mean? I'm going to make a chart at some point. And it's going to be arrows, 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 arrows. And in between the arrows is going to be all the different clues and how indirect they are. Because this is exactly what he's doing. It should be the Verrazano Bridge, but instead of going to the bridge, I'm going to go to a Verrazano statue, and then I'm going to say that the Verrazano statue represents the bridge, which is the Great Giant. You see how mind-fucked he just did? Like, he did it to himself. It's not like he's mind-fucking his audience. He's mind-fucking me. I mean, he's mind-fucking himself. Excuse me, not me. He's mind-fucking himself into believing something that's just not true. All right, whatever. Keep going, guy. Keep going, guy.
Original spot.
And what pisses me off even more is that he lives in Staten Island. He's right across the way from the treasure. And he's just not. He's going out of his way to not do it. And that's so... Oh. I've tried to reach out to this guy, but I think he has so many YouTube followers, and maybe he's not into YouTube anymore, and he doesn't answer. So I've tried to reach out to him, and not to correct him, but to collaborate with him. And listen, like, dude, I can probably convince you that you're wrong. And I think one of the elements that he talks about in this explanation is that, like, his father passed away, and so he's trying to, like, carry out the puzzle for him. So he's really attached to what his father said. And I understand that. I understand the sentiment behind it, but, you know, I don't want to point out the obvious to the guy, which is he's wrong and his father was wrong, and he has to take that in and then recreate this, you know? Why not? I understand that you would love to find it based on what your father said, but that might not be possible, right? So Stop beating the dead horse.
So the original spot is actually on the other side of Clinton Castle, which we're going to go to now. So our Giovanni de Verrazzano statue would be located right here. We would be looking at that lady on the bottom, and her arm would be extended over the narrow path. That is going to lead you to the East Coast Memorial Monument that we're heading to right now. So let me go ahead and flip you around, and that's where we're heading. And here we are at the East Coast Monument, and look what represents the East Coast Monument. An eagle, right? Look at the wings, look at the way it's positioned. It almost looks like the top of the painting. Not only that, but if this stupid ferry for the Statue Cruises wasn't in the way.
This is common in Battery Park when people see that eagle. I understand it. I'm not going to complain too much about it. I get it. It looks a lot like the eagle. I get it.
You would be looking directly at the Statue of Liberty. So here we are at the bottom of the East Coast Monument, and you can see the Statue of Liberty. You can also see Ellis Island right next to it. And what can you see? The top of Ellis Island, which again is represented in that painting.
No, it's not. 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 No, no, and no. No. Look at that, and then look at that. You telling me that that's an exact match? You telling me that this represents something that it doesn't? Dude, it doesn't look anything like it. This tower is the closest thing that looks like these towers, and it's still not that. It's still not that. This tower doesn't look anything like these, and this tower doesn't look anything like these. Mind you that there's 4 here, and there's 3 there. Like...
which again is represented in that painting. There's still a lot more things to uncover right here in the monument. So the next line in the verse states, in summer, you'll often hear a whirring sound. Cars abound. In the summertime, what's flying over us currently right now a bunch of times is a lot of helicopters.
Okay, and he's wrong. Wrong because the Japanese clues says that the whirring sound is something made by a man-powered something. It's man-powered that's making the whirring sound. So a helicopter is obviously off the table. So he's wrong.
Whirring,
objectively wrong.
Sounds, or it may be even the whirring sounds of the propeller taking you to Statue of Liberty tours. The Staten Island Ferry used to put cars on the bottom and used to be able to drive directly into Manhattan. So after I've been putting in the legwork and communicating with my dad, who is back at like our home center or whatever, we were constantly talking back and forth and trying to figure out where the next line takes place. It says, although the sign nearby speaks of Indy's native, the natives speak of him in hard word in 3 vols.
Nope.
Possibly meaning.
Nope. The natives speak of him of hard word in 3 volumes. Listen to what he just said.
Natives speak of him in hard word in...
They speak of him in hard word. It's not what it says. But keep going.
3 vols. Vols possibly meaning volumes? Well, there's a bunch of names on monuments behind us. Let's see if we can find Hamilton 3 times.
Need a UGC video
What?
for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or you could...
So here we are behind one of the...
So he said 3 volumes, bypassed that, went to the monument and said we're going to have to find the name Hamilton on these plaques, on these monuments for all the... This is for Vietnam, I think, or World War II. These are the names of the soldiers that died over there, and there's a lot of names. So he needs to find Hamilton 3 times. Why? What led him to this? Indy's native, let's say, is Hamilton. So what would the line be? Although the sign speaks of Indy's native, Hamilton, the natives still speak of him of hard word in 3 volumes. How does that mean that you need to find Hamilton 3 times? Am I going fucking nuts here? Fuck.
The very first piece of the monument that have all these names of veterans here. And at the very bottom over here, we have Hamilton written twice. So we have Charles F. Hamilton, Robert B. Hamilton, and if we jump over to the next part, and as we look through H, we have a James G. Hamilton up there as well. So that is Hamilton written 3 times in 3 volumes right here at this monument.
How is it written in 3 volumes? How is it written in 3 volumes? He found 2 in one plaque and then 1 on the other. So it's not like the plaques are volumes because there would only be 2 of them. Makes no sense. Keep going, guy.
Now, when it comes to the clock may be given to us to tell us how many steps we have to take. But there's also a clock in the shore over that way. There's a clock that represents the Bowling Green train station, which is over that way. Okay, so using that clock, it says take twice as many east steps as the hour. So if the hour is on 11 o'clock, then we're going to take twice as many, or 22 steps, east from one branch of the V. But what is one branch of the V?
No, it's not. It's not one branch of the V. It's in the middle of the branch of the V. It's not. Okay.
Branches of V, of veterans, of valor. And we have Hamilton's name appearing 3 times in a hard word or carved in.
So V is now veterans or valor. That's an incredibly big stretch.
Into stone 3 times. We see the Statue of Liberty, we see Ellis Island, we see just about everything, and we are able to decipher everything. Now we have to take twice as many east steps as the hour, or 22 steps from one branch of the V, or more from one branch of the V. Well, there's 2 branches of government here, so depending where you're staying, you would take 22 east steps. Now, if I...
What 2 branches of government are there? What 2 branches of government are there? Somebody explain that one to me.
I'm taking steps from this wall here, I'm going to end up in the middle of concrete, which is mostly New York. So here I'll stand with my back towards in the middle of one branch of the V. Here I am looking at my map, I have my compass out, and east is heading right up this way here, directly at this tree right here. Not that hard to get to, not that hard to walk to. There's some stones around the tree here. Look down and see simple roots, the roots of the tree, or gaze north towards the Isle of B, towards Bowling Green. So I'm guessing gazing north.
Oh my God. Bowling Green is not an isle. It's not an isle.
Towards the Isle of B would mean it's on this side of the tree, the north side of the tree. There's also these trees around here that could be seen in the water. I think they're sycamore trees or something like that.
No, they're
but
not.
These trees kind of represent what we are seeing in the water. I'm going to see if there's another path around here that we can probe, because this does not seem like a public flower bed to me. This seems like this is where the treasure is buried. Now,
So he thinks that the treasure is buried next to a tree, knowing that the roots... Okay, maybe he doesn't know, maybe because he's never dug before, but anybody who has dug before knows that digging next to a tree is retarded, because the roots are insanely hard. They take over the whole area within, like, 10 feet? Everything around that tree is just going to be hard roots. So let's say... I'm not even going to say this. But let's say Price buried it next to a tree. Okay. You understand how impossible this is? Even if he did, the roots would have killed that cask. It would have just grown through it, or it would moved it. It doesn't, no. That doesn't make any sense, but...
It said it could be buried as much as 3 feet down. So to dig here, you definitely are going to raise up some suspicion. Now, once I get to this tree, it says to look down and see simple roots in Rhapsodic Man soil. So, of course, I'm going to see simple roots from this tree, but also, if you're talking about Rhapsodic Man soil, if I gaze south, I also see Brooklyn in the background, where Byron Price is actually from, the publisher of The Secret of this treasure hunt.
Okay, so I'm not even gonna keep going with this video because he has not used any of the Japanese clues. He thinks Byron Price is the Rhapsodic Man. He thinks the whirring sound is a helicopter. He thinks the V is Valor. I can't deal with that. Okay, how did JJP know we missed the clues for Boston when he says he does not follow the community? This is something that I can't figure out unless he was just pointing out what Jason missed. He was probably in that context talking about what Jason missed. Does he follow the community or not? I really wouldn't know. I don't think he does necessarily. Like, I don't think he's on our Facebook pages looking at all our theories and saying, that's interesting. And I really don't think that because it would probably influence his decision to like intervene, right? Like it probably would it might stir up some emotions and he might want to throw somebody a bone or whatever the case is. I don't think he does. I don't think he follows the community necessarily, but he definitely follows one person in the community, and that one person, I'm sure, just tells him everything that he needs to know. JJP knows everything. He probably does. Trees are not used in these puzzles. When someone uses the trees, it's hard to listen to what they have found. I agree 100%, with the exception of Chicago. Because if the 10 by 13 was intended for the tree line, that's the exception. But as far as proposing that the cask is next to a tree, that's rough. And I know, like in St. Augustine, they think that it is because of how the verse is written, and I understand why they think that, but it's impossible. It could be near it, but it can't be underneath it. It can't be like around the root systems. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So the clue was the diamond in the paint. Not even. Hold on. Not even a long palm's shadow is talking about a tree. Probably. The clue that the diamond in the painting lets you know that. Okay. Chicago used trees. Absolutely. So, yeah. This guy is a fucking nut. That's a funny video to watch. But there's no more New York ones? Oh, here it goes. Here's one. Did I see this one? Do I want to see this one? Wait a minute, he did another video. Let me just check out this other video. Maybe he changed. Maybe he changed his mind in the way he works these puzzles. Let's see.
And now I'm getting treated like a tourist because I'm walking around with a camera. All right, so here we are outside the heart of the New York Stock Exchange.
Oh, he
It's
did
crazy. You ever think you'd be doing like a treasure hunt in New York? That doesn't necessarily mean that because I don't think you could dig in the cemetery. That would be, you'd probably find something else than treasure. Hey everyone, my name is Michael. Mike, Mickey, or
Oh, Underhill, yeah, I'll check my email
during
right
the
now.
pandemic, I started a podcast like everyone else in the world. But then my fiance introduced me to the Disney vlogging community. I've had some amazing adventures, met so many new people, and made lifelong friends. I want to share it all with you.
I
So
did
come
not get an
along as my
email.
story continues with something I call Mousepiration.
Let me check this one.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to what has felt like forever since we last vlogged, but I actually think
Underhill, I did not get an
last vlog
email.
we did, which is below the Verrazano Bridge.
Hold on. I did not get an email. Check it again. It's AKAPLAN410 at Gmail. AKaplan410 at Gmail. I checked the spam and everything. I didn't see anything there. BP said that was not the trees. that it wasn't the trees. I know I'm trying to decipher what you're saying. I'm not trying to pick on your words. It could be used, but it's not if they become missing, so BP made its steps. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You guys gotta realize that as we're streaming, there's going to be latency and lag. So when you're seeing stuff and by the time you type it, it's like a few seconds behind. So sometimes when you're talking about a specific thing, I can't get the reference necessarily, which is why you need to join the Discord.
At Fort Wadsworth, I have a beautiful view of the city behind me. This is my favorite place in Staten Island. I mean, you cannot beat the view. I said in the previous vlog and a couple of vlogs that I wanted to do some exclusive type of vlogging that I've never done before. And it's important for me to do this type of vlog because it holds a special place in my heart, as well as it's just really cool. And it's a really nice way to take my roots of New York back with me through Florida, because we're going to explore some of New York areas today. If there was any quote to talk about the vlog today, it's adventure is out there. If you are a fan of the show Expedition Unknown, you may know where we're going with this. But if you're not, I am going to introduce you to... Now, I learned about this book from watching Expedition Unknown. Also, the bottom part of her soil, or gaze north toward Isle of B. It's crazy, a whole group of monks just... And I'm going to show you Josh to come to Staten Island, or you live on Staten Island.
It's amazing he's in Staten Island and he goes all the way out to Wall Street for the shit. And he could have just went and took the bridge and got there. You know, like, whatever. He didn't change his mind on his theory. He's just going deeper into it. Not that it needs to go deeper. Mr. X is not really playing the same game. What is this? Oh, I hate this guy so much. Oh, that's mine. Yeah, it's rough. There's been a lot of fast forward. We only saw one really good video, and it wasn't like a great video of somebody showing us something we didn't know, but it was just a very well made video. And it was nice to watch, but it wasn't I don't think I've seen this one. Let's try this one.
Factor provides balanced eating made simple.
They provide a new menu every week with delicious nutrition.
New York Explained. Hello, my name is Joe. This video is meant to serve as an overview of my theory for the New York puzzle from Byron Price book The Secret, A Treasure Hunt. At first look, the figure resembles the Statue of Liberty. Lady Liberty is also known as Columbia and is a key to the puzzle. The Statue of Liberty gets us to New York City. Her dress is the same shape as Manhattan. If the robe represents Manhattan, the
God damn it, God damn it, God damn it. I want somebody to come into this channel and tell me this. Tell me it to my face that Manhattan looks like the bottom of her dress. Dare you. I fucking double dare you. I dare you, dare you, dare you. Tell me that shit. Go ahead.
vertical sash could represent Central Park. Once in Manhattan, we will...
The vertical sash could represent Central Park. Why? No reason. Just cuz.
Skip around between the image and verse to get to a more specific location. If we look at the line, find the arm that extends over the slender path, there are a few things to unpack. Slender path seems to hint at Broadway.
Slender path seems to hint at Broadway. Hold on, guys.
In the image, the figure has an extended arm over a flower stem. We also see a clock in a square in the image and can infer it refers to Times Square.
This is not even gonna work for me. That is why do you guys do this? Why do you guys look at something and then automatically subscribe it to something that's not necessarily true? Oh, this is a square, so this means Times Square. It has to. This must mean Central Park. Stop doing this shit. I'm gonna have to start making boundaries with people that if they introduce me their theory and they start with the image and what they think is what they think, I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to pay it any attention. I'm not going to give it airtime because stop it, dude. This is so silly. Clock equals Times Square. It's fucking retarded. What is this one? No, that's garbage. Again, like I have never seen. Oh my god, this is so bad. I'm not even going to click on it. Okay, I remember this guy, the Texas guy. He's like a veteran. He must be military because everything to him is military. All the styles, everything, all the puzzle clues, he references that as a military clue. Yeah, none of these are good. This guy is a fucking nut. He is insane, like schizophrenic. Real buried treasure that no one can find. You guys want to hear George's theories? Yeah, dude. Somebody said that about diving boards. I forgot exactly what it was. Oh yeah, they told me that. So you know how I think the square in the image with the rectangle in it. You know how I think that's a pitcher's plate. He thinks it's a diving board for New York, because we do a lot of diving in New York. We all go to the pools, and all the pools have these high diving boards, and we do fucking figure eights. And I don't know, like, where does that come from? Like, you just pull that shit out of your asshole and then present it as a theory. It doesn't make any sense. I've been on stream for like 2 hours, so I'm gonna start cursing a lot. If you don't like cursing, you probably should tune the freak out. Oh my god, who is this fucker? Oh, I think we found something. I think we found something. We're gonna go here. I have to.
City.
I have to.
And I put together.
This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you all in
Okay,
Treasureland.
New Yorkers are known for diving and synchronized swimming. It's fucking like, what are we doing?
The other bookend,
Stop
New
it.
York City. And I
Wait, hold on.
San Francisco, hopefully you've seen.
Let me pause this for a second. Wade says Chicago was mathematical. 10 by 13 is addition. The clues for was all the additions he put in the painting. The blades on the tower hat in his room. Additions 23 feet from the wall. I don't know, dude. Again, this is why you need to come on the podcast and talk about. I don't know. I don't think that that's necessarily true, but it could be. It could be.
That one, and this is the other side of it. And real briefly, and I do want to try to stick to the solve and not put too much commentary in the interest of time. Maybe that's for another session or another time. These work together. So I solved San Francisco.
Uh-oh.
And then worked a couple other ones, and then came to New York before I was.
Red fucking flag. I solved San Francisco and then a few other ones, and then came to New York City. Biggest red flag of all time. Okay, but we're still gonna go on because it's, you know, this is gonna be really funny. Watch, I guarantee it. I'm predicting it.
Part of like the message boards, really. And didn't really understand this concept of bookends. And I guess JJP mentioned that. They kind of work that way. And, like, in my solves, they do. So that's why I'm excited. That's why I put so much time and effort into these, because where I ended up independently solving each one of them, they do fit really well. I think you'll see that. So I think there's some luck to that. It wasn't an intention. But in retrospect, it's like, wow, I'm glad they fit and work the way they do. So hopefully you will enjoy this one as well. So.
How do I have energy for all the video reviews? You'd have jumped out of a window a long time ago. I've threatened to jump out of a window 4 times, and you can ask these guys who have been here for the last 2 hours. I've threatened to break my window by punching it as hard as possible. I almost threatened to jump out the window and slice my wrist on the way down. Why am I doing it is a freaking great question. I'm bored. The treasure hunt people and the community that we're kind of building up slowly on the Discord, they're very bored, and we don't have very much to talk about. Nobody's doing any kind of good live streams, so it was like, hey, let's just go into these videos since we're not talking about anything specific. We're gonna do like we're gonna do the book review tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning and tomorrow evening, we're gonna do the book review, the start of it, which is gonna last probably weeks. And then we're going to do another one where we try to wed the image, verse, and city together and see if there's a method. And if there isn't a method, can we do it by process of elimination, especially since we already have 3 casks. So I think that one's going to be more interesting than any of the other ones I could think of right now. I'm not going to make videos preaching to people about how to do it because it's just too much. To be honest, it's just too much. This is why I try not to say that I think I solved Charleston, because when I hear someone say that, I know from my path that BP led you to locations where the hunter can find the verse. It's a very wise thing if you're trying to market your ideas that you don't start with image matches that are very subjective, and that you don't start by saying I solved it. Okay, that's key. However, if you're making YouTube videos, saying that you solved it is probably going to work in getting you more viewers. Is it ethical? Is it right? Oh, whatever that shit. But like, if you're trying to get viewers, you might want to put that. Oh, I solved it. This is the method to solving it, so on and so forth. Those are keywords that people are going to look for. Okay, I'll check right now, Underhill. The book review, we're going to solidify what time tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking like 10 a.m. Eastern time. I'll start it, and then if we get enough people to start doing it, because I'm not doing it by myself. I don't even want to start it by myself, because what ends up happening is it's just my point of view and my opinion and my perspective, and I might miss things, and I might be totally wrong in my interpretations, so we have to have more than one. So if the other guys are willing to come on at 10 a.m., then we'll do 10 a.m. And if not, we will do in the evening, probably like 10 p.m. After years, you learn not to say that. Yeah. It's not even after years. It's after years of people correcting you and making fun of you. Then you learn better than to say this. I solved it. I remember, and Patrick remembers as well, like when we were in the communities on the Facebook groups, that was a really big no-no. It got so bad that at some point, I think some people were like, listen, if you come out and you say that you solved it, we're just kicking you out the fucking group, which was such a great policy. Such a great policy. Okay, hold on. We got to go. Hold on. I'm looking for Underhill's thing. Okay, I got your email, Josh. Byron Holding Outcast. Hold on, guys. I'm just looking at this real quick. Honestly, Underhill, it's very. I don't see what you see, but this is again like I'm not the guy to come to with image matches. Not because I hate them so much, which I kind of do. It's because I don't have like a keen eye to pick out these things. Like in that part of the Expedition Unknown where he's explaining that he spelled out Boston, I still don't really see it. You know what I mean? There's certain things that like I don't know. Like I don't have an educated eye for art. Maybe I don't know what else to tell you. But image matches, if it's not exact, I don't really buy into it. And when I say exact, I mean like it could have a little thing off here and there, but like look at the Ellis Island eagle in the New York painting. Like that's so exact that the tongue is there. The little like squiggly tongue, he painted that on. You know what I mean? Like that to me is a JJP match and all that good stuff. But yeah, let me keep going.
Let's dive in.
Yeah, let's dive in, bud.
Got Alright, so New York City, it is the bookend for San Francisco. And I made my pointer red here, hopefully you can see that a little better. And I do promise.
All right, hold on. I actually got a question, and I can't even speak today. I'll pose this question to the chat. In what perspective are the verses written? Who's writing the verses as told to you by the book? We know Byron Preiss wrote the verses, but who in the book's perspective is writing the verses?
I think I've used the word like and write from a lifetime's worth in that last video, so I do apologize about that. That got annoying. I'm going to try my best not to use like and write in this one. All right. So, the Great Giant is the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. It's the start of the puzzle.
Oh shit. Okay, look, guys, this is getting good. The Great Giant is the Verrazano Bridge. He is, so far, I like this guy. We're going on a good path. Don't piss me off, Mark. Do not piss me off, Mark. Mark, do not piss me off.
I mentioned this in San Francisco. In all of these puzzles, I believe there is a very distinct starting point. Now, some people out there are like, oh, there isn't a Great Giant, or yes, there is, and I think it's the bridge. If you look at the coloring, and we'll get into that when we actually walk through all here, the coloring and the shape, it just matches a bridge. And so I've been in New York a lot. I'm in finance. I run an investment company, but I didn't know this bridge existed. So kudos to my buddy Kurt. Gotta give him props. I roped him into this whole thing, and he was such a team player on it. So he went on some digs and stuff with me, and so we've had some fun. Me, clearly, way more into it than him. However, he's been really helpful in both San Francisco and here. So he used to live there, and he's like, yeah, the bridge. So we started investigating the bridge. So that was very, very early on, just looking at the visuals. Just, in my opinion, it was a great fit. So why not run? And we did. So we've sort of started there and have never left it, even though I've investigated all around the city. This is the start. So that's the case. Then you must launch yourself right from there, and it's a great place to be, I think, for this one. So it is a very short journey. It's not long at all. In fact, it's hardly a journey.
Well, shit, like he just literally said what Patrick just said, and I agree with 100%. The reason why, not image-wise, verse-wise, the reason why you know that there's not a lot of movement and it's not a path, you don't take the subway, you don't take cars, you don't take ferries, there's none of that. Why? Because the verse is literally, the only time it tells you to move is take 22 steps. That's the only thing it's saying to you. So the question that you need to ask yourself about the verse is, where are we starting from? That is the important question. And I believe the verse tells you that, but if you're not sure, then it wouldn't matter. Like, the steps wouldn't matter, and then you're probably going to think, oh, I have to go take a helicopter to get there or something. I don't know. But the verses, take it for what it's worth. I understand that people are wanting to, like, battle me when I say that the verses are written with literal words. It is. So you don't have to go into metaphors and figurative speaking and this, that, and the other. Like, a lot of that is not necessary here. It's very straightforward. So when the man tells you you have to only take 22 steps, believe him. That's all. Now, I'm not saying that, like, there's certain parts of the verses that we might get wrong and might interpret in the wrong way that might tell us to make movements, but you have to be careful. For example, first north, then across might be a movement. Or it might be it might be describing something that goes first north, then across. And so therefore it's not movement. So that's the hard part in deciphering it. But there's very little movement. If you look at the Boston verse, where does it start and where does it end? It's within 2 blocks, 3 blocks at most. At most, it's within 2 or 3 blocks. The only time I get pushback from saying that is when somebody think the library is the starting point. For no fucking reason, because if the library was the starting point, then you have to explain to me how you get from the library to what was like 2-3 miles away to the baseball field. There's nothing in the image or the verse that indicates how you would do that. So therefore, it's not true. Chicago, same thing. You're not moving around in a very large area. Everything is right next to you. It's within a block. L is there. M&B is there. The fence and fixture is there. Hush is there. The sounds of the train is there. Like, nothing. It's so close within each other that it's less than a block. Okay? Cleveland, same deal. So when people tell me we have to go down a path because the rest of the puzzles put us down a path, I want to not agree with you, and I want to be upset, and I'm trying to be a nice guy. That's why I just twisted my words. Okay, back to the video. Wait, hold on. Let me get back to the chat. If you follow the verse exactly, there are very little movement. That'll take little references to the themes in sight. Only movement is at dig site. Absolutely. I like Santa Claus so far. So far, it's good. I know it's not going to end up good, though. You know that, too. So, you got to understand how the verse narrows you down. Absolutely you do. Absolutely you do. And also, I'm not even going to talk. I like to talk more about verse than image because it's a lot easier. If you've seen the themes that people think are image matches, let me refer to 1,000 wolf heads in the New Orleans image as reference to what I'm talking about. It's not good. Yeah, verse gives you very, 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 very specific instructions about the small area where the cask is. Now, there are probably exceptions to that. If you look at the Milwaukee verse is a walking verse. It tells you to ascend the 99 stair. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the Milwaukee verse off the top of my head, but it tells you to ascend the stairs. It tells you this. It tells you you're gonna pass by this. That's a walking verse. Easy. You don't have to make that up. You just have to listen to the words that are being said. It's not that difficult. The verse has to get you to a start, meaning the end of the verse is the start. Meaning you read the verse to get a city and to wed verse to image. Some of them that is true and some of them it's not. Like, you can use the verse for Boston to get to Boston. You can't use the Chicago verse to get to Chicago. You can't. There's no reference in that verse that would bring you to Chicago proper. Most of the things in that Chicago verse don't speak anything about Chicago. It just speaks about the elements around the cask, right? So I 50-50 agree with you.
Unlike some of the other Psalms, this one is very close. There isn't anywhere to go. Now, I want you to put this in perspective. If you look at the verse, he takes half of the verse to describe where the box is. I think that's important. It tells you a few things. Well, first of all, if you're running all over the city or you've got a long journey, I think you should reconsider that because it's probably not right. And the box is going to be pretty hard to find. I imagine you spending all this time walking. So that's the perspective I think you need to have on this. You have to ask these questions. Why? And it's this way, and what's going on with that? Okay? So that's what I do. And so I think that's interesting. It's an interesting thing to keep in mind. All right, so I believe this is a one-horse race. That there's a central
that might be true, Wade.
Identify. Once you do that, I think you're about 95% of the way there. So this one, there just isn't.
Wait. What did he say? This is a one-horse race. A central person to identify. He's wrong. Find him and you're 95% there? Nah, you're wrong. As Byron mentioned, library. He never mentioned that. Research is crucial to getting it right. Okay, maybe. You can see everything in the painting from the dig site. That's true. That's been said. I'm not saying it's true because I know it to be true, but it's been said. So that it's true that it's been said.
A lot of mapping. And it's really library, right? He says this, and I honestly, the way I went and saw this.
See, yeah, maybe he does mean Gershwin, but you have Gershwin, you have Hamilton, and you also have what I think is Dickens that could be somebody else as well, right? So there's 3 different people. So the one horse race theory makes no sense. He's fucked up. Yeah, it's not. He makes no sense when he says that.
It was very much oriented towards research. So unlike some of the other solves where you do maybe a little bit of that, and not here. I'm sorry. You do a little bit of research in these other puzzles. Here, it is. I think he's right. It's library. It's a lot of research to build certainty around your answer and where you're at. So the other thing he says, I believe he said, was that you can see everything in the painting from dig site. So if you're like way up in the city somewhere,
He didn't say it
I
personally.
hate to say this because I know some people are in Prospect Park, you don't see anything from there. So you need to have views, and then he gives you some orientation, which we'll get into. So
I agree with this guy's overall point. Is that you have to be able to see some of these things from the dig site. And when you go to places like Prospect Park, you see nothing.
why aren't you, from the horse's mouth? He's telling you this, so why aren't you listening to that? I don't know. I don't know why you're banding it.
I agree. See, maybe me and this guy would get along very well. He's telling you something and you're not agreeing with him, and then you're going the other way. That's the majority of the people in the treasure hunt are doing.
It's because I think you're just running with your own idea and what you really think, rather than kind of what's in front of you.
Yep.
So I try to solve this. I try to work with what's there.
Yep.
And figure it out from there. And not
Please, I hope this guy is actually, see, so far he is talking a really good game. He almost sounds like me. I don't want to guarantee anything. I hope that he continues this. This is an hour long and we're going to have to skip a lot of things, but I like where he's going.
not really go off the board too much. I think that's where people get in a lot of trouble. It's like they go off the board. No, stay on the board. Work with what's there.
I agree.
All right. So again, here there's little or no mapping, and I think the book is super important here. The fair people add a gigantic certainty to the answer.
I agree.
I'll show you that. So anyway, I like my horse a lot based on what's going on in the book, and I really didn't use the book at all in some of my other songs. So I tried to, but I didn't really need to. So this puzzle might be the fine example of personal bias, I believe, with all due respect. New Yorkers are great. I partnered up with a couple sets of people out in New York, and those guys are great. You're all great.
Well, that's going to be interesting. So Patrick thinks that his end dig spot is going to be Cannonball Park, which is in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. I think he's going to be in Bay Ridge. Shit, I might think Patrick is right on this. I think he's in Bay Ridge. And in Bay Ridge, there's a limited amount of places that a person would think it is. So I'm going to say either he thinks it's Cannonball Park or he thinks it's right in front of the high school. That's the two things I think he's going to say. Yeah, let's make bets. I already owe Wade $20 because I bet him earlier that JJP didn't say something, and he did. So if you want to double up your money, Wade, we're going to have bets. We're gonna continue this. I think Wade might end up getting like $100 from this stream, and it's not fair. But also, Patrick, I need to borrow $100. Unrelated.
He just had this incredible history. I'm not sure if it's right. Part of the problem there is there's a bias, right? And that I think that's true for anyone in their city. They're like, there are parts of the city that aren't well regarded, some that are. And
Well, wait, like, I think because Wade just wrote, meaning the verse starts over and everything can be seen from the dig site. I think the verse is circular. It's not going from place to place to place to place to place, and it doesn't necessarily even have to be in order, right? So, and I don't think that the everything has to be seen from the dig site applies to every puzzle. I believe it for New York, absolutely, but I don't believe it for all of them. Underhill, you're not part of the Discord chat, and it's pissing me off. Join it.
And that's just sort of known and believed. So here in New York, you've got a bias against certain areas, I think, and we'll get into that. And I believe that has hindered people because they're like, wow, there's no way it could be there. Maybe it is. And if it is, you're like everyone, I don't know, a lot of people think Brooklyn, oh, that's where he's from. And he, I don't know. Was it supposed to be about Byron? No. I don't think so.
This guy's smart.
That's a bias that you got to just get rid of that and work on finding the best.
I'm going to give him a thumbs up already.
And I do think folks are just focused in on an area and it's got to be up here. I don't know, does it? All right, so like San Francisco, the dig site, my proposed dig site it's changed significantly. There's been a man-made project right there. And I think that's really hindered it and maybe caused it to go away. So this area, I think, would require a major dig operation. Like a lot.
I don't want to know about
really
San Francisco.
Local presence to go in, however, these things, box, and these. So and it was great. So Byron scored it. This is what he wanted, and yeah, it was a once in a lifetime.
If you find the New York City box using this solve, please give me props and invite me and my girls to the ceremony. This guy is a very nice guy. I could tell you right off the bat, and he's pretty smart, and he's smart and he's educated, and he's doing this the same way that I have been proposing to do it, with solid evidence and a solid foundation to build off of. He's using the clues in the books. He's not using, oh, Byron was born in Brooklyn. Byron is Rhapsodic Man. He's not doing any of this shit, and he's against it. He's speaking out against it. So I'm already giving this guy a lot of fucking props. And I'm going to tell this guy, not that he's watching my stream, but if he ever does, or whatever, he reviews this later. If somebody takes your solve, they will absolutely never give you fucking credit. They will never acknowledge you. And they will say that they did this organically. So, as somebody who's been down that road, trust me on that. This community has no morals, no ethics, and yeah, it's a madhouse, which is really retarded. I really hate the fact that people are like that. And I know it's a human behavior thing, it's a character flaw to be like that, but shit. The fucking treasure is worth nothing. What are you going to do with a plexiglass box and a cask? Even if you try to sell it, sure, you might make a few $1,000s from some collector that wants it, right? But it's not worth a lot of money. Why are we being so territorial with it? All right? Like, if 20 people want to come with me to dig, and I have to share credit with all 20 people, fucking A. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Maybe 100 people. I wouldn't care. Like, it makes no sense, dude. You get a treasure every 15 fucking years, and now you want to do this? And, I'm sorry, I'm going into a rant that I shouldn't go into. I don't think he's gonna think Battery Park. I don't think that. Because everything that he said so far, especially since he thinks the Great Giant's the Verrazano Bridge, and he said that there's not a lot of movement, he's in Bay Ridge. If he's not in Bay Ridge, he's in Staten Island, which, if he's in Staten Island, that's very shocking from what he's said so far. The verse lines have multiple meanings, but the real meaning are not the meaning you put them to in the path of the park. It's what the lines mean at the end that give the lines the real meanings. What the fuck did you just make me read? You made me say the word meaning You're probably on point with a lot of things, man, but you really have to get on chat because your texts are driving me a little bit crazy. Yeah, he better not post his theory in George's group, or else that shit's gonna get stolen.
Time thing, and I might do a video on that at some point. It was fascinating, interesting, fun, all that. All right, so this is a horse race. I think we're trying to get to a person that can lead you right to where you should be. So who are you gonna put up? I'm putting up AVB. That's my person.
Who?
So I want to see who you're putting up. So hey, I know how to pick horses. I go to the Derby. I've been there like 17 times. I roped Kurt in, and this was a couple years ago. We actually hit like this exotic bet.
I don't want to know about your bets.
So, but here, when it comes to these places, don't take long shots. I think the exotic bets are wrong. Okay, flat out. The exotic bets are wrong. Like, go with the easy answer.
Okay.
Try to make that work. This thing was complicated enough. He didn't need to go 7 layers deep and have some like massive geometrical like angles and all.
What
this.
did he say?
No, I don't think that. I just don't. He didn't need to. So why would he? So I think you got to really question when you're trying to solve these things. Like, try to take the path of least resistance. That's what I do. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't. Especially you engineers, like, stop it. Stop it. It's not a quadratic equation.
Yes.
It was meant for younger people to get out there and explore, research, not to turn everything into some crazy, wicked, connected thing, and it takes 9 pages to...
I don't know who this guy is. I don't think he's... I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know if he's been on the Facebook groups. I've never interacted with this guy as far as I know. And since this is 6 months ago, he seems like he might be fairly new to the game. Not saying that he probably started 6 months ago. Maybe he started 2 years ago. But that's still fairly new to the game. So he might be one of the smarter people that didn't dive into the Facebook groups and start commenting and having wars back and forth like I did. He might be the smart ones. He might be part of that group. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm gonna try to get in contact with him at some point.
Write it out. I just don't think that's right. All right. So I'm jumping in a little differently here. I'm going with the fair people first. And so, well, why not the most obvious one? Spirit of 76.
No. 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 He fucked up. He fucked up. No. He's using the field guide. He's using the fucking field guide. Yo, how the fucking fuck? This guy made it to the first step in Charleston and thinks the cask is there. He is a nice guy but will not listen. He broke my heart. He broke my heart into smithereens with this one. Okay.
I don't think this is associated with New York City. I'm not going to debate that with you. I think it is. So, Twin Towers in the background. This, I believe, is a representation of the Statue of Liberty. And, of course, that's represented in the painting as well. So, that's a leap of faith. There's nothing in here that says this gal sitting on this ferry boat is the Statue of Liberty. However,
no, it doesn't.
You do have to make some assumptions.
No, you don't. You don't have to make. Oh, no, you don't. You don't have to make assumptions. You said in the beginning of the video not to do these things, and then you're doing it. You piece of poo-poo.
If you don't want to make that assumption with me, hey, God bless you. I'm fine with that. I happen to believe this is about liberty and freedom, everything they're talking about. All right, so another connection to this, which really ruffled some feathers, I'm kind of glad it did, frankly, is this...
Oh, he's part of the community.
The verse here, the words, it's anger and hope. Hope is mentioned again, and so I'm looking really microscopically at this. As you know, if you're seeing anything that I'm doing. And I've got a magnifying glass out, and I see this Hope X written, and from a map perspective, at least, really near where I think the box is, if you overlay the image on.
Oh boy.
So I put this out there, and it just causes a stir. Like, no, that's the enhanced image, so it can't be right. So someone says, like, I disagree with this. Like, what are you disagreeing with? I'm showing you what I see, and to me, it seems clearly Hope X. Now, I didn't know Spirit of 76. I wasn't onto this. However, this to me connects them. And now JJP even said, sometimes I swear, this is the interview he was doing with George and someone else, I can't remember his name. I sometimes even swear at people in small highlights, give them the finger, say hi. Like in San Francisco, I do think the background, spires that I believe are part of the Golden Gate Bridge, that does look like almost like middle fingers. Anyway, so there are different things actually written in there. So on this one, at least, I'm trying to show you. Yeah, I really think this is New York City.
All right, I'm gonna start writing my notes to this fucker. Let me see. I was really on board with your thinking until you started to reference the field guide. I'll comment more as I go along, because I know this is not going to be the end of it.
There's not a whole lot of debate on that. However, I do think Hope X is written there, or at least hope. And
I did do a video on the field guide and why it's not relevant. Nobody listens. When people pick up the field guide, no matter how much evidence you give them that Byron Preiss didn't write it, no matter how much evidence you give them that the book was written before The Secret was even written, they still think that there's clues in it, and they still think that all the figures have to do with something, and they really can't see the forest through the trees type situation, because even in the back of the book, Byron gives you this form, and he tells you if you want to submit your own fair people for the second book, do so. So the fair people are not, they're descendants of the actual fair people. They're the great-great-grandchildren of the actual fair people that buried the casks. They're not the fair people themselves. And this is where the disconnect starts. But again, if you need articles where Byron Preiss himself says that there are no more clues past the verse and image, email me, message me. It's out there. This is not a subjective thing that I'm telling you. No, I don't think there's no clues. I know there's no clues in the field guide. You know how is another example how I know that? There's been 3 solves. Not one fucking clue has came out of the field guide. Not one. The only time I see people pulling out clues about the 3 solves in the field guide is their own delusions, because now when they know the solve, so since they know the Boston solve is based on baseball, when they see a picture of a baseball player in the field guide, then they go, it's connected. It's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. Stop it, guys. Really. It is where I got the clue for the bar that binds. If that's where you got the clue, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. You said you had to restart, so maybe that's what you did, but like, there's no fucking way. No way. All right, whatever. Let's keep going.
Someone sent me, well, here's the original, and I'm looking at the original real close, and I see it in there too. So either the artist put it in there, or someone didn't look at it. So there it is. Spirit of 76 is usually found at the maximum distance from the monuments erected to her fame. let that sink in for just a sec. He's forget it. Just bro, shame. Do you think there's a lot of stuff in here that just had? He's took it. Black man, he says.
Look where he's going. Holy dick sucks. Look where he's going.
Floating image is that Statue of Liberty. So it would just make sense to be the Statue of Liberty. It has to be in this. So if you're not, I think that's taking a massive risk because it you know, if you're down in Coney Island, for example, I know there are people down, and when I look out, that could be anywhere USA on the beach. There's nothing there that really speaks of New York City. Being big city, all the, you know, the rides and all that, but that's Coney Island. Like that's not New York City. It's in New York City, but let's just.
So far, what I'm gathering is that even though he used the field guide and he used the Spirit of 76, he still came to the same conclusion that I came to by just saying that Alibi is Bedloe Island and then going south of it. That's exactly what he just did. So he still got to the same. He still got to the same, what I believe, correct place. Just used a different method. Interesting, but I wouldn't advise anybody to do that.
So you don't get any views down there. Anything of the skyline, any of the bridges. Maybe the Verrazano a little bit, but you know, it's like, by the way, you're not in the shadow of the bridge down in Coney Island. You're south of it, and so I'm going to show you just the angle. The sun, you have to be in between the Great Giant and the Statue of Liberty. For you to be in the shadow of, which I take him at his word, it's truly in the shadow. You have to be north of whatever your Great Giant is, and you also have to be south of the Statue of Liberty, don't you? So Coney doesn't fit that at all. So anyway, so this is where you run out of real estate to be able to see the statue. I think is the Shore Road Park. So anything below this, I don't think works. So that's just, I'm just using what's there. All right. However, if you go to the other side, you know, you actually can get further away from the statue and still see it from the other side. Now, I don't know about you. I'm on Spirit of 76. I think that tells us so much about this puzzle. So that area that you're still in the borough, because you can go like all the way down. There's that island down there that I think they're maybe talking about getting rid of or something. I don't know all that history. To stay on the sort of mainland here, like Fort Wadsworth down here in the corner is further than the Shore Park. So if you're saying, well, based on Spirit of 76, I'm going to be up in Brooklyn, I'll tell you, I think there's a place further south, a max distance.
Told you, Staten Island.
Almost max distance. So the max distance from the statue is like right down on the other side of the bridge. So where do you think I'm going to be? I'm not going to push it and try to be up in Bay Ridge, or Queens, or the Bronx, or up at Battery Park, or anything. I'm trying to get as far away as I can be to the south. That's Wadsworth.
He's trying to get as far away. That doesn't make any sense. I don't even know where he's coming from with that. It's probably from the Spirit of 76 bullshit that he's saying, but that makes no sense. So he's in Queens. I mean, not Queens, Staten Island.
It's real simple. Okay, so I use this. I don't know how effective. This is like the angle of the sun. So your Great Giant has to be between. You have to be between the statue, pretty much to the south of it, and you have to have the Great Giant even further south of you to be in its shadow, don't you? All right. So what do we know about the location? Just mentioned that.
Yeah,
so
he's repeating himself a lot.
We know, but I think it's on Staten. You 76 and Byron's Daughters. I didn't see this. I've heard it. I've seen it talked about on the message boards. They're on Staten. I think was it with Josh?
I got you.
They're connected.
Because of the spotter's tip.
The implication was Staten Island. And so why are you on Staten Island?
The implication with Staten Island is not true. Okay, wait, what was the last thing he said? Maximum distance from Statue of Liberty.
Been to Wooly Bully.
Oh, here we go, another one.
Kudos to my boy Victor Burns.
Oh, I know Victor Burns. He's a piece of shit.
Someone else did. Kudos to you as well. In talking with Vic on the message boards, that's a great way to, right? All over. It's only make Oak City. Woolies.
I'm not dealing with this part.
No real journey. It's exactly what he said. Okay. So here we are.
This seems like garbage. More garbage from the field guide. More garbage from the field guide.
43. Alright? So he's Prussian. Wooly Bully's Prussian. I don't know what more you need. He was an attorney, and he spoke German. So.
Okay. Now he's going off the path. So now I don't know who his target guy is. Let me rewind this. Hold on.
I think he's Statsburg. So you with me here? Like this is where I'm headed. This is my guy. I think he's Statsburg. And there he is. So what do we know about our target guy? Let me give you a little background.
I don't know who the hell he's referencing.
Left perfectly with my guy. Now her left hand over here, I think if you rotated it, the index finger's pointing down and she's kind of tucking.
This guy's stretching.
Now is that? Oh.
Okay, I don't know
so
who.
What do we know about our target?
I don't know who he's referencing here.
He was born in Bergendorf, King of Prussia, in 1843. All right, so he's Prussian. Wooly Bully's Prussian. I don't know what more you need.
The Wooly Bully is Prussian. The puzzle is Russian. Does he think Prussia and Russia are the same? What's going on here? He's not that stupid, so I don't think he thinks that.
He was an attorney, and he spoke German. So of the flavors of Prussians, he was German.
What?
Back to Wooly Bully, German flavor. He was personal friends of Teddy Roosevelt. Okay, I've got all these letters that they wrote in exchange. They were so just keep that in mind. So in 1876, this is our guy. He made in the shadow of the Great Giant. All these armed bridge. I don't think that's a stretch. So over here on the Hamilton side, which, by the way, on that side you have to go like way north to get a view. You know, you've got paved paths here, which when you zoom into them, it looks fairly wide. Like you could get at least.
Oh my God!
This is a path. Okay, down. Hear the birds, and you can absolutely hear all these.
Now I could really kind of crap on this guy. He thinks the whirring sound is the sound of rapidly vibrating wings on a bird, even though the Japanese clue states it's man-made. Continue.
We can see it.
Yeah, he definitely has a thing for Teddy.
I'll take that for what it's worth. Absolutely, you hear and see the birds, and look up the term whirring, like the sound.
This theory is for the birds.
Of rapidly vibrating wings. That's one of the definitions. So I don't often use the word whirring. Maybe you do. So I'd go look it up, and I had to research what are they really talking about. You know, the flapping of wings. So as it turns out, this area, I don't want to hear
this.
It's Hamilton. He was an Indies native.
Okay.
And yes, there was a sign that would have gone up very shortly. He was an attorney. He wrote a lot. So maybe there's a 3-volume set that he put together.
Vowels to him is, vowels is vowels. So now he's playing the word game. It sounds like this, so it probably means this. Instead of just saying volumes. Okay. It's really bad, man. I mean, like, he literally started the video saying not to do these things that he is literally doing right now. I'm not sure if he's aware of that.
His last name, I believe, this is where I'm going with it, has 3 vowels in it. So I think the vowels is a play on words.
Nope.
But it doesn't really matter that image.
Yes, it does.
So I'd love to know what the real answer is on this one, but there are ways to connect this to our guy.
No, there's not.
But it's not necessary in sort of getting to where we need to get to. All right, so here's very nearby there, because it's not telling you now where to go. Let's spot this here are
this is getting so cool.
which I do think is represented down here in the image. Maybe that's a stretch, I don't know. But it does have this sort of circular motion to it. And look, it's 40 years later. Are these exactly the same? Certainly not. They're not.
Wait, who's
and they're hard to see, right? So they've been covered up exactly.
Like,
I
did
mean,
he
there's
say that?
really only
Hold on.
which I do think is represented down here in the image. Motion to it. Are these exactly the same? Certainly not.
Now he's being retarded. Now he's being a little bit retarded. He thinks that that pattern on the ground was there in 1982. That's not good.
They're not. And they're hard to see, right? So they've been covered up, and maybe the area that those roots. So I'm solving those too. Deeply layered meaning. I think it's roots, just like he says, in soil. Roots in soil. I'm not sure why we need to go beyond that. So we didn't know this. This area, there's not good maps. There's not good pictures. Not good overheads. So I had to go and do a recon mission. I just gotta check the time. All right, so I got the built here. There's only one spot where you have this with or you back. This isn't the exact spot. It's real close. So for all the reasons I mentioned to you, and I think so, I'll be the and I wrote nothing. Are we nearby? What do we call the out? Like person time is we down awesome time.
Jesus,
This is the view like off my shoulder. And I'll show you some more of those. It's inverted.
So
Maybe
boring.
two. Solve.
So boring.
It's not these. There's all these nationalities really, but primarily German.
There's a
So
Polish
this is
flag
the-
in the Russian
this is
image.
German
Sure there
Republic.
is,
Now,
buddy.
you'd be like,
Oh my
really
God.
close. Spot it's magnificent, and then this is it from the other here.
Yeah, this is not
All right,
good.
and then you can see a little bit on these. You can research them.
Not good, guy. Not good. Actually, I'm taking back my thumbs up. That was not good. That was painful, actually. As somebody who loves the New York verse and loves the New York puzzle, that was very painful. And you started to reference the field guide. Perhaps. Alright, now I'm gonna leave my comment. So I was really on board with your thinking until you started to reference the field guide. Perhaps you are unaware, but the field guide was not written by Byron Price. More so, the field guide field guide was written before The Secret. It was written before The Secret. Byron the field guide was in need of a publisher, and Byron saw that it would be an easy addition, a relatable addition to his book, which was only about 40 pages without it. There are plenty of articles where Price himself has said that there are no clues past the image and verse, meaning the field guide has no clues. To back this up, we can clearly see that the field guide did not have any clues related to the 3 solves that would have helped in finding a cask. Look, I'm gonna comment, and I'm also gonna offer this guy an olive branch because he's not dumb. He's not dumb. He's just misled. He might not have the information that he needs. I think that this is a guy. I know Wade said that he doesn't listen to anybody, and you might be right. He might be just one of those stubborn guys that are like, nope, I don't give a fuck. Because he even said in the video, he was like, I don't care what you think. And, you know, so maybe you're right on that way. You probably are. But I'm going to still give him a benefit of the doubt and offer him some advice and offer him some information. And maybe he takes it. And maybe he doesn't. But at this point, I mean, what does he have to lose? This is not a popular theory. It's not a popular video. And yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'll reach out. Helped in. Did not have any clues related to the 3 solves that would have helped in finding the cask, even in retrospect. Alright. The field guide was also an addition to the book Price wanted in order to get readers more involved in The Secret. Proof of that is in back of the book where Price gives you a form for readers to submit with their own fair people, with their own fair person that they create in the satirical way that the National Lampoon guys did. This is crucial because your entire theory is based on the validity of the field guide. Being that the evidence overwhelming evidence is true about the field guide not having clues, it would make your theory false. And then, how do you say this word? Demonstratively? No, I don't even want to put that. False and untrue. False and shit. I'm not gonna fucking answer that. You also have these ideas like there is just one central figure to the puzzle. Yet there are no one central figures in any of the three solves. Or any of the remaining tasks. To be fair, I believe that since you believe you have solved other puzzles, to be fair, I believe that since you believe you have solved other puzzles, you are convinced that your method is right, and are painting yourself into a corner with your own biases. Objectively, you haven't solved any puzzles objectively you haven't solved any puzzles yet, and to use this quote winning formula over and over again without knowing if it is true isn't exactly rational or logical. You started really strong, and we do agree on specific aspects of this would-be solve of New York City. However, you contradicted yourself several times after when trying to propose the big stretches in your theory. Also, This is the Russian puzzle. Yet you have made no connections to Russia or immigration. Nah, I don't want to say that. Also, this is the Russian puzzle, yet you haven't mentioned that once. Mentioned that in this video. I heard Prussia, Germany, Poland, but no Russia. To add, you completely, sorry guys, it's taking a while. You completely omitted, how do you spell omitted? Motherfucker. Okay, I'm not gonna get it right. I did that. Double T. To add, you completely omitted the Japanese clues. Completely discredits your ideas and makes the theory moot. I love that word, moot. I'm more than happy to help where I can, since I do feel that you have the tools and broad ideas, broad concepts I do feel that you have it. I also feel that you are a bit more logical and rational. No, I don't even want to say that. I don't even want to say that, no. I do feel that the tools are broad. Since I do feel that you have the tools and broad concepts correct. However, a few misled facts have brought you to a poor idea, a poor thing. I don't want to insult the guy. Clouded your logic and thinking. You can reach me at stream. Alright. Alright. I'm sorry, buddy, but I gotta give this a thumbs down. Because this was a little difficult. I mean, again, I thought the guy was like very smart. I thought he had such a good start to that. And then it just, once he pulled out that field guide, it died for me. Sandy, what the fuck is this? This is 3 years ago. This is not gonna be good. I'm not gonna bother with that one. That guy makes everything into like a geometrical trigonometry type of problem that he needs to solve. It's so weird. This is another thing. Everybody is hammer sees nail, and when people think, how does it have that cover? When people are engineers, they think everything's an engineer problem. When people are psychiatrists, they think everything can be resolved. Can be resolved through medications, as far as mental illnesses and so on and so forth, right? So what ends up happening is that depending on what this person is into, or sometimes the thing that they chose the most, then everything becomes about that thing, and it's not necessarily based on their profession. Perfect example is going to be, like, if this guy thinks that the field guide is correct, now all his things and everything in his solve has to be about the field guide. He's not branching off. He's not looking at anything objectively other than that. Like, that's the first thing. That's his foundation that he's going to build everything off of. And again, if his foundation is incorrect, then everything else that he said is also incorrect. And that's exactly what happened in the video. It started off really so well, and I was like, oh my god, he's almost like close to where my spot is. And then he went off the beaten path, and I don't know what happened there. That was pretty bad. 13th cast location, stupid. Well, I think that's the tribute, but still stupid. Milwaukee. I don't see any more good New York ones. Unless I missed it. Welcome to New York City Treasure Hunt. Once we hit 1,000 viewers, payments to winners will be made. Wow. This person tried really hard to do something and it did not work. 6 years ago and it only has 34 views. Wow. I don't even know how you get that little amount of views. Like, I don't think you could do it if you tried. Boston Part 1. Alright. Can't really find anything else here that seems... That seems so cringe. I don't want to watch that. What is this? No, that's boring. What is this? What the hell is this? Alright, this seems like it's gonna be really cringe, but let's try it out.
Acknowledge why I've been using Rod Serling and the Twilight Zone.
Okay, your offense sitter, just like what's in the front of the book, the fence appears to end at a square decorative box with a treasure shown by Shelley. So might the fence represent the journey of clues that lead you to the treasure? If so, is it worth noting that the fence is compromised of both straightforward and weaving interconnection elements? A note is a small bit of information that is used to help guide or educate. So I remember when this theory was first proposed, like 6 years ago, on Quest for Treasure. And the theory is that the fence, which is a drawing in the first 1 or 2 pages, maybe 3 pages of the book, which is it's a drawing illustrated by JJP himself. So there is that credibility. There might be a clue in there. The fence has 12 sections. And what people believe is that each section represents one puzzle, and each section of that fence shows you kind of symbolically where the treasure was. So like if you look at the ones that are solved, you're going to see like some elements that kind of seem similar to the dig spots of where they were found. I don't know if that's true. I don't really subscribe to it too much. I don't lean on it too much. I'm like, it could be true and it may not be true. And whether it is or isn't doesn't help me any which way. And I don't believe it really helps hunters in any which way. And so some people might say, well, if it is true and it shows that my dig spot is correct because it has the same elements, but the same elements, I would say, is that it's like a little spiral that you can say, well, that spiral is right next to the tree, just like what everybody else does. The spiral is right next to the tree, or the spiral is the way the field is. The spiral is the grass. So it becomes more subjective bullshit to me. Maybe somebody could persuade me otherwise with a really good explanation and like pinpoint it, but I've had people try before and I don't see it. I don't think it's there necessarily. I won't totally rule it out either, but I just think even if it's true, it's not very helpful, right? When we get to the box, we find a A man farewell sitting on top of which this is a little depiction of a fence-sitter, which is defined as someone who doesn't choose a side on a divide issue. Yeah, you can interpret it that way. Again, all that might be true, but then like it doesn't help you in order to go find the cask and answer clues to the location. So I wouldn't spend or invest too much time trying to decipher that and then trying to map that out on a location just on its own. If you're gonna use it for your theory and your solve, whatever, dude. I mean, like, I think that's fine, I guess. I don't know, but I think it's gonna give you just a lot of false positives and making you think you're correct when you're not. So again, like, I don't see what purpose this thing solves. Yeah, but that guy thinks the sycamore trees, that guy thinks this, that guy thinks, I mean, it's just too subjective. There's no methodology in it. You couldn't repeat it over and over and over again. So even like, so the fence thing came out before Boston, and where Boston would be on that fence makes no sense. It doesn't follow the same pattern, and that's why I'm like, nah, it does. And if you say it does, then it's just like, I think you're kind of trying to see what you want to see. Like, if you want to make this fit into any, if you want to make this to fit in certain parts of the parks where they're found, you could. I don't think it's very hard. The same thing with the acrostics that says like Fenway or whatever. I think that that's just kind of wishful thinking. Meaning, like, it would be one thing. It would be like for that to work, it has to be direct. But what people end up doing is they take the first letter of each line of the verse and then they put it into something that generates as many matches of different words as possible, and then they come up with those words. But that's one match out of 10,000 matches. So I don't believe that's true either. I, unlike the last guy, when I say I'm doing, I like to do things very objectively. Like, start with your best argument. Start with the thing that's the most likely, and these things are just not very likely. Not saying they're impossible. They're not very likely, and I don't think we should spend that much time like dwelling on it. Let's dwell on the book, what the book means, what the interpretations of the books are. Where is it bringing us to, so on and so forth. Like, these are things like I'm more interested in. The verse I'm interested in. The least of it is the image. Not saying at all, but meaning like I would go book, verse, image, not image, verse, book, which many people are doing, right? So yeah, just putting that out there. Hold on a second. Let me see if anybody's here. I think people are shy in this group. There's a live stream, and I don't think people want to join because they don't want to be on YouTube. Anyway, let's play this one.
Specifically in the cover images for my previous videos, it is because I believe that Byron Preiss was a huge fan of Rod Serling and mimicked his work in the same creative light in The Secret: A Treasure Hunt. And so I'm shifting gears now to Night Gallery because it is much more specific to The Secret: A Treasure Hunt. And why? Because Night Gallery was a 19...
Alright, so see what this guy is doing? He's a fan of Twilight Zone. So he thinks everything in the Secret is related to Twilight Zone. He thinks Byron Preiss also liked Twilight Zone just like him. Coincidence? I don't think so. He likes him. Byron Preiss likes Twilight Zone just as much as he does because he's an everyday guy. Everybody loves what he loves. So now everything in The Secret has to do with Twilight Zone. This is garbage. Never worth a view. The secret subway that could save New York. Oh my God. This guy's going psychotic. Are these my shorts? Yeah, those are shorts. There's nothing I could do about that image. So, too bad. Thirsty Thursday topic, the secret of treasure hunt. Shorts, treasure fam. What is this? I don't even want to know. Alright guys, you want to see something funny? We'll do this one.
Go ahead and mark that location. In strict adherence to the requirements of the book's treasure submittal form, I recently submitted the exact locations of the 9 remaining outstanding casks. It has become obvious to me that neither the publisher nor the estate have any intention of honoring the terms of the secret, a treasure hunt, by taking the simple steps necessary to verify my submittals. Therefore, in this video, I'm going to detail the methodology and steps to solve for the location of any cask. I will demonstrate the steps on just 4 locations: Houston, Boston, Chicago, and New York. The rest are up to you. This is a photograph of the cask inside the plexiglass case, and I'm showing this to you to show you it's about 6 inches cubed. And in the aerials that I use for this method, I'm usually at about an eye elevation of about 700 feet. And at 700 feet, every millimeter that you're off in determining the location of the cask is about 6.5 inches. And in the next slide, I will show you how I come to that number. But there's a great amount of sensitivity in getting exactly correct, and that can be a problem in that some of the illustrations, I will say, are fuzzy, for lack of a better word. In order to illustrate the sensitivity of the measurements, we're here at Wrigley Field in Chicago, and we're going to come down to an eye altitude of about 700 feet. You can see your eye altitude in the bottom right-hand corner there.
I think it's another hammer meet snail situation here.
That's close enough. And now we're going to do a measurement, because we know the distance between the bases is 90 feet. And there it is right there. Now you can't see it, but I'm putting a ruler on the screen, and the length of this yellow line is 15 centimeters. That means that every millimeter is over 6.5 inches. Now the plastic case that the casks are in looks to be about a 6-inch cube. So if you're off just 3 millimeters, that's 18 inches, and that can be a significant distance when searching for the cask. Another huge potential issue is the aerial that was given to the illustrator. Because if we assume in this thing that A is the length on the ground and B is the 700 feet above the ground, this is the Houston poem, and it will easily lead you to Herman Park. Here we have the aerial. Normally I'm at an eye elevation of 700 feet, but I've taken this aerial just to show you the sheer magnitude of the marker. And then I come back with tracing paper together with the location of the cask is going to match up with the poem, which is looking back from treasured ground. There's a spout, which is the lake, which is due south on this, this orientation. A whistle sounds, and that would be the train. Now that you know the method, we're going to go straight to the answers here. Now here's the Boston illustration. The star there is the X marks the spot, and that little square up there is what is the shape that we need to, or the jigsaw puzzle piece that we need to match up. So here we are outlining the square, and outlining the star. Now here's an aerial of the area before these fields were ripped up, and the red dot on right there is where the cask was hidden. Now if we take the tracing, after we've resized it, and we place the square on the right baseball diamond, you will see that the star ends up right in front of home plate for the other baseball diamond and right where the cask was located. Now here we are in the Chicago where the cask right before is the shape that the X marks the spot, and that little square up there is what is the shape that we need to, or the jigsaw puzzle piece that we need to match up. So here we are outlining the square and outlining the star. You will see baseball. Now here we are in the Chicago illustration, and we are tracing the left tower, and at the top of that tower there is a circle, and that's going to be your X marks the spot. And that circle is 2 millimeters, and again at a 700-foot elevation on an aerial, that is about 13 inches. So again, our tolerances are very, very tight in trying to trace improvements. Here's a you lay on the edge that is inherent in this treasure hunt. Now you will ask the island at the lighthouse, which is all the shapes, actually the white dot in the circle tracing original, and here the north end. We're going to indicate what line at the north end of the island, and the 12 or more.
Looks like you're on YouTube watching a musician that can do it all. But did you know there's a YouTube music app that does it all with ad-free?
Will be very difficult. This methodology will get you very close, but there are some variables which can affect its accuracy.
Yeah. This was interesting. I don't know. I don't know what to think about this video, to be honest. I don't know what his real methodology is, because he seems to be taking objects that it doesn't make any sense. And if I'm guessing correctly, he's using like aerial measurements. That doesn't seem right. He's using it like a treasure map type of thing. I don't know. I don't think that's an accurate way to do that. Oh my god. This is gonna be bad. I don't think we should do that. Why the towel put over everything else? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand that. And I bet you if he explained it to us, we still wouldn't understand it. Oh, that's cute. This is creepy. Why is there a little girl on the cover of this?
Treasure Hunt, a book written in the early 80s by Byron Price. Mr. Price went on an adventure throughout North America, hiding 12 treasure chests, which he called casks. They were based on mythological stories of fairies and other. Those of you familiar with the book will know exactly what I'm talking about.
This is the creepiest video I've ever seen.
Ensnared in the world of The Secret yet, beware. Once you're in, and Facebook groups, Facebook pages, lots of information on the internet to get you started on your hunt. Is one of these secret treasures buried in your home city?
this is the creepiest video on the internet. That was so creepy. If you make a book describing a riddle of me hiding $10,000 cash, do you think I could make money back selling the book? I think there's a way to do it. I don't think it's going to be the same like this though, right? Like it's not going to be like you're going to publish a book like The Secret and all that stuff. I think it would probably be like making YouTube videos. Like you would have to do it, you know, with the technology of today. I think it's possible though. Like I don't know how you, maybe a subscription fee, like everybody pays $1 in order to get the next clues, and like it updates every week and they give like more clues. I think you could probably make money off of that, and you could probably not bury anything. And I mean you could definitely do that and still never give up the money and give it up to, or like say that somebody won and that person is your freaking cousin or something, you know what I mean? Like it would be interesting. People who are unethical and don't have morals and just want money could definitely do that, and it would be pretty freaking easy. People would buy that up. Like look at this guy here. This got 11,000 views in 1 month of him hiding money in objects. Oh my god, dude, if he put it there, that shit would be gone in a heartbeat. That's the stupidest thing. What is this? Oh, I think this is actually a really good
have to
theory.
say, what you do know about it, you know, this Byron Price, you know, put a bunch of little boxes all over the United States, normally associated with, you know, areas that are significant to like, you know, immigrants coming to the United States, stuff like that. If you watch Expedition Unknown.
Yeah, his audio is really bad on this one, but that is actually a really good theory. I saw that years ago. It was really good.
Replay Poker. As many of you have seen, because I've streamed it before, Replay Poker is a free-to-play poker site with nothing to download. Just a great poker.
Hello, fellow key searchers. Thank you for joining me again on one of my wacky videos for the treasure hunt. I wanted to preface this. So with that, I looked at New York to see how they connect. I could not find any famous painting that might have inspired Image 12. So I looked at the Great Seal of the state of New York, and lo and behold, women with my attention. So Charleston.
No, this is going to be too much. He switched to Golden Gate Park? I don't want to know that. Oh my god, St. Louis. That's another cringe thing. People who think that there's a treasure in St. Louis. That's so cringe. I hate it. Actually, I know this guy has one video that I did like. Where is he? It's not the Charleston one.
This is the Jack.
Roanoke. I think this one is actually as close to the Roanoke solve as I've
This is
seen.
the Jack Sticking Dude, and this is The Secret, a treasure hunt, Roanoke Island, 40th anniversary solve. Enjoy. It's widely accepted that image 3 and verse 11 are associated with Roanoke Island in North Carolina, home of the Lost Colony. The baseline for my solve was from the secret.ppworks.com image 3 verse 11 solution. The first part of this presentation is using materials from that solve. The second part will be the corrections I made in all new original material. Let's start at the bottom of the verse with the lines, "By dauntless and inconquerable determination." In the Outer Banks of North Carolina is Kitty Hawk, where the Wright Brothers National Memorial stands. It's a depiction of a feathered wing, and at the base, around the base, there's an inscription which uses the word dauntless and unconquerable. I'm not sure why the verse says inconquerable and the inscription on the monument says unconquerable. I looked up the two and I still couldn't determine what the difference was, but I think it's a close match. Also, the word determination, I could not find a source for that. Let's look at the lines, "Past two friends of Octave in December," in the verse. Well, Octave Chanute was an aviation pioneer and an influencer on the Wright brothers, who actually used some of his design elements in their original airplane designs. In December is a reference to Highway 12, which runs along the Outer Banks of North Carolina. If you take it north, you go to Southern Shores, or a city called Duck. If you take it south, you go to Kitty Hawk, Kill Devil Hills, and Nags Head. Driving south on North Carolina Highway 12, as you can see in this image, there's an exit for the Wright Brothers Memorial. So the verse, "Past two friends of Octave in December," is telling us to continue on down south on Highway 12, passing this exit. Going back to the verse, the lines, "Ride the man of Oz to the land near the window." Well, the man of Oz is L. Frank Baum, who wrote The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, as well as many other Oz books. The land near the window is this little depiction here of Roanoke Island. As you can see, it is near the window in the image. And if you take the bridge that connects the Outer Banks to Roanoke Island across the Roanoke Sound, that bridge is named the Washington Baum Bridge. So all of this is a good match for the lines, "Ride the man of Oz to the land near the window." The next lines in the verse are, "There's a road that leads to dark forest." Well, if we continue down Highway 12 on the Outer Banks and cross the Roanoke Sound on the Baum Bridge, we end up on Roanoke Island. If you take the road that goes north, you end up in an area that is known as the Dark Forest or the Fort Riley National Historical Site. The Dark Forest is referenced in both Paul Green's play The Lost Colony and on a plaque in the Elizabethan Gardens. It should be noted that the entrance to the Elizabethan Gardens is somewhat similar to the arch shown in the image. Looking at the verse again, we have the lines where white is in color with two maps. John White was the governor of Roanoke and a cartographer, which is map drawer. There's a sign in Fort Raleigh Historical Site that showcases one of his maps, and supposedly this map shown is in watercolor. It doesn't come out very well on this image. And then there's another smaller map here. So this is a good match for the verse where white is in color with two maps. Also in Fort Raleigh National Historic Site is the Virginia Dare Monument. Virginia Dare was the first child born to English colonists in the New World. And on that monument, the first line reads "in July and August," which is a match to the line in the verse. A few other things I'd like to mention from the baseline solve. The first is the range of coordinates for Roanoke Island. It's typical that the range for the coordinates of the city in question are hidden somewhere in the image. For Roanoke Island, you expect to see a 35-36 and a 75-76. Well, hidden in this part of the image are the numbers 3675, and when rearranged, you can form the range for those coordinates. There's a road called the Pear Pad Road that resembles a spoon, which is shown in the lower portion of the image. The spoon in the image has two peas or balls on either side, which supposedly match up with the loop in the road here, and at the end of the spoon over here there's also another loop, smaller loop. And they're saying that what is depicted here in the image is a prickly pear pad. At the entrance to the Waterside Theater is a plaque dedicated to the builder, Albert Quentin Bell. And in the image, there are quite a few bells. So that's a good match. So here is where I diverge from the baseline solution. What follows from now on is all original material and will lead us to the location of the cask. So let's go over the image for things that stood out to me. And I split it up into two parts for better resolution. The upper part of the image is dominated by the medieval scarecrow. Very rigid looking, arms extended, has a very unusual head. There seems to be a sky scene in the background. And I think this is where a lot of people go wrong in some of these puzzles, where they spend so much time trying to find something in an image like this. I took a different approach and tried to find things that kind of grossly stick out, but not worry too much about the details. First thing I notice is the head. It has kind of an equine shape to it, with the nostrils being very horse-like and the shape of the face being very horse-like. It also has a lot of aviation features, like the arms could be wings of a plane, you know, with the struts holding them up, and, you know, the eyes on the helmet looking a lot like a windshield on a plane. And there seems to be a little plane here too on the breastplate. Other things I noticed were I thought these would be more like horse's ears, but they kind of look like devil's horns to me. This might be a duck hidden in the clouds back here, and you'll see why that's important. And then this little feature down here may be a representation of the Wright Brothers monument. This little guy down here looks kind of like a bat, but if it's a cat, it can also be a kitty. And if you put that with this upside down hawk here, hawk's head here, maybe you get kitty hawk. But anyway, I didn't really get much out of this top part of the image other than that, and I really didn't spend too much time trying to find other things embedded in this part of the image.
Today we're going to be trying the Dave's Hot Chicken Bites. Happy birthday to me.
In the bottom part of the image, you have a pocket watch. You have 3 orbs, one with a flower in it.
I think we get that.
You have a couple keys. You have. So now that we've determined the key viewpoint and where the photo was taken to create this image, let's move on to the cast location. Let's go back to the verse for the lines under that, which may be last touched or first seen standing. Well, if you know the story of the Lost Colony, right before they departed, they carved a few trees, and one with the initials CRO in it. And this was the last thing they did before they got on the boat and left Roanoke Island, and in hopes that if someone did come along, that this would be a clue to where they eventually went to. So I think the line, which may be last touch, is a good match for a tree. The line, or first seen standing, can also reference a tree. When the colonists first arrived on a ship and they were far away in the ocean, and pretty obvious that what under this tree means. So I am really liking this location right here. The part of the image that really gets everybody is this little pixie figure here on the left. And to me, it's an excellent match to this tree. Keep in mind that this towards the wing and dig. I still believe that cask is located under this tree here.
Alright, that's where he thinks it is. I mean, if you watch the video, he does make somewhat of a compelling argument. There's sometimes a little bit of like the image matches that might be a little bit disagreeable. I do think his like end spot is pretty good though. So I would definitely recommend you guys check that one out. Jack's Chicken Dude. It's not that bad. It's pretty good. Alright, we're going to take a break because I think I've been at the stream for 4.5 hours now. So we're going to take a break. And I will come back later tonight, hopefully with some of the guys. And we'll have some conversations. maybe some arguments and some debates. If you guys like the stream, hit the like button, subscribe, stay tuned for more. If you want to join the Discord, there's a link below in the description. It's free. Everything here is free. No donations, no super chats, no raffles, nothing of the sort. So just enjoy, join the community. We're a tight, small, little knitted community, and we want to keep it that way. So we'll have a few people that come in, we'll have some interviews, we'll have some people that give us some theories that we can talk to them about and push back and answer questions. I definitely reached out to at least 2 people from the videos that we did see, and maybe we'll get some replies back and some collaborations, maybe not. At best, maybe they'll come on and we can just debate and we could just argue about why they're so wrong on so many things. Yeah, until then, I think maybe tonight, 9-10 p.m., we might do something else. Other than that, we're probably going to be doing the book reading tomorrow morning, and if not, we'll do it in the evening around 8-9-10 p.m. But subscribe and you get notifications to everything that will happen. Thanks guys, and talk to you later.